Chapter 1034. Boss! Li Xian's chubby face trembled when he saw Duan Lingtian in front of him. He flew out and directly gave Duan Lingtian a bear hug. I knew you would definitely come back to save me. Scram! Duan Lingtian felt as though he had fallen into a pile of fat when he was hugged by Li Xian. It was squeezing him to the point that he could not breathe. In a fit of anger, he raised his hand and slapped Li Xian's chubby body away. Boss, look at me. I've been captured from Aurora City and sent here to be imprisoned. I'm already so pitiful, yet you still have the heart to do this to me? Li Xian said to Duan Lingtian with a bitter expression after he was slapped away and stood in front of the inner wall of the prison cell. However, looking at his face, where was the slightest bit of pitifulness? Duan Lingtian had slapped Li Xian away skillfully. He steadily sent Li Xian far away without causing any harm to him. Li Xian was his brother. Naturally, he would not really attack him. You're pitiful? From what I see, you don't look like you're here to be imprisoned. Instead, you look like you're here to enjoy yourself. Duan Lingtian glanced at the fine wine and delicacies that the guards had prepared for Li Xian and said snappily. Li Xian's chubby face trembled when he was exposed by Duan Lingtian. Then he laughed slyly. Boss, this is all thanks to His Majesty the Emperor and Uncle Nya. Of course. Your contribution is the greatest. Me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes. Li Xian nodded like a chick pecking on rice. Boss, I'm afraid you don't know. Most of the people guarding us regard you as their idol. After knowing that I'm your brother, they'll do whatever I ask of them at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly when he heard this. Then he turned around and looked at the guards that he and Tian Wu had knocked out lying on the ground. Did I hit them a little too hard? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. At this moment, Li Xian also noticed a group of guards lying outside the cell. His small eyes flashed as he exclaimed, Boss, you didn't kill them, did you? In fact, they also had their own difficulties. Moreover, they have never mistreated us. We only knocked them out. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Feng Tianwu said to Li Xian, when she had followed Duan Lingtian back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, she had also followed him back to Aurora City and met Li Xian along the way. She knew that Li Xian and Duan Lingtian had a close relationship. That's good, that's good. Sister-in-law, why did you come back with my boss? My boss alone is enough to deal with those clowns. If you were to be injured because of me, then I, Li Xian, would have committed a great sin. Li Xian squinted his small eyes and forced a flattering smile on his chubby face as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. When she heard Li Xian call her sister-in-law again, Feng Tianwu's drop-dead, gorgeous face flushed slightly, yet she didn't have the intention to deny it. Don't underestimate those people. They're extremely strong. When Feng Tianwu reached the end of her sentence, the blush on her face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. How could a person from a second-rate force be an ordinary person? So what if they're strong? They're all useless in front of my boss. Li Xian said nonchalantly. In his eyes, his boss was invincible. No one could compare to him. Slap. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the back of his head. Who hit me? Li Xian shouted angrily. His chubby face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. However, when he turned around and saw the person who had slapped him, he could not help but gulp. Fatty, you still want to be my boss? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xian with a faint smile on his face. The frost on Li Xian's face disappeared when he saw that the person who had slapped him was Duan Lingtian. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but shiver. At the same time, he said with a flattering expression, Boss, you must have heard wrongly. You must have heard wrongly. Heard wrongly? Are you sure? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more sinister. Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. When Li Xian saw this, he realized that this matter would not be so easily covered up. He immediately said with a sullen expression, "You're my boss. You're my boss, okay? Tui, who wants to be your boss?" Duan Lingtian only wanted Li Xian to lower his head. He did not expect Li Xian to say such a thing. He was speechless. If the fifth elder hears about this, he'll definitely break your legs. Unexpectedly, Li Xian did not care when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He'll have to be able to defeat me first. Duan Lingtian was speechless again. That was right. The current Li Xian was so strong that he had already surpassed his father, Li Ting, the fifth elder of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. Little Tian, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a series of low voices sounded. The divine might Marquis Nieyuan, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Sun woke up one by one. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were instantly taken aback. "Uncle Nia, Your Majesty." After Duan Lingtian greeted Nieyuan and the emperor, he looked at Xiaoyu and Xiao Sun. He smiled and nodded as a greeting. His friendship with Xiaoyu and Xiao Sun was built when they were young. A glance and a gesture were enough to explain everything. There was no need to make it too complicated. "Little Tian, those four fellows seem to be very troublesome. How did you offend them?" Nieyuan asked. There was no blame in his words. He was just curious. When Nieyuan finished speaking, everyone except for Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian without blinking. It was obvious they wanted to know the answer. "I still don't know which force they're from, so I don't know how I offended them," Duan Lingtian said truthfully. Currently, there was no martial artist in the 10 great dynasties, including the Dark Han dynasty, who was a match for him. In the northern desert, he had offended some of the 3 major forces. However, those forces would not seek revenge with such fanfare, unless they wanted to offend the 5-element sect. The current 5-element sect was no longer the same as before. Not only did they obtain the Profundity Fragment, but they were also about to produce a martial monarch powerhouse. Even without the Profundity Fragment, Chiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, could also become a martial monarch powerhouse if he was given enough time. In the future, the 5-element sect would have 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Due to this reason, the current 5-element sect was far from what an ordinary third-rate force could compare to. The 5-element sect that was about to produce a martial monarch powerhouse could already be considered as a quasi-second-rate force. It was enough to deter third-rate forces. Therefore, only the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert were left. If the people from Izumo sect and North Nether sect came looking for trouble with him, it was undoubtedly to avenge their disciples. If the people from Anika sect came looking for trouble with him, it was undoubtedly to kill him and snatch his treasures. Duan Lingtian still did not know which force came looking for trouble with him with such fanfare. Therefore, he really did not know how he offended them. "Duan Lingtian, you mean? You didn't just offend one force?" The corner of Xiao Sun's mouth could not help but twitch. The others were also silent for a while. When they came back to their senses, they all smiled bitterly. Only now did they remember that Duan Lingtian was not a well-behaved person when he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Now that he was outside, he was like a fish swimming in the vast sea and a bird flying in the vast sky. Naturally, it was impossible for him to lose his conscience. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian changed the topic and called out to the 5 people who were imprisoned. He and Feng Tianwu led them out of the dungeon. They all stepped into the air and headed straight out of the palace. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and vast and shapeless energy surged out to twine around Nieyuan and the other 4, guiding them to transform into numerous bolts of lightning that flashed out of the palace in the blink of an eye. None of the guards in the palace could see their figures. So fast! Nieyuan and the other 4 people, who were being led by Duan Lingtian, were all staring with eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Ha! Boss, I knew you the best." Li Xian laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. How many years has it been? Duan Lingtian has actually grown to such an extent. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor's pupils constricted, and an expression of shock involuntarily appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian had already made it difficult for them to have the heart to compare with him. But today, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed made them realize that they were destined to only be able to look up to Duan Lingtian in this lifetime. Little Tian, good job. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had such a formidable strength now, Nieyuan was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! The woman, who was like a fire spirit, closely followed Duan Lingtian and the 5 people who were being led out of the palace by Duan Lingtian. Everywhere they passed, waves of scorching aura spread out and engulfed the earth. Duan Lingtian, you finally appeared. Almost at the same time, a voice that was as loud and clear as a large bell seemed to come from all directions. It came from afar and neared, and it clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Boss, it's this guy who captured me from Aurora City. Li Xian recognized the voice at the first moment, and he spoke while gnashing his teeth. However, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Feng Tianwu with a serious expression and said via voice transmission, "Tianwu, take them away. That person's target is me. He won't chase after you." Elder brother Duan, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face instantly changed. But when she saw Duan Lingtian's fierce gaze sweep over, her heart trembled for no reason. As far as she could remember, this was the first time her elder brother Duan had spoken to her in such a manner. Immediately, Feng Tianwu, who was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would be angry, clenched her jade teeth and didn't dare to hesitate. She took Nieyuan and the others from Duan Lingtian's hands and led them out of the palace at lightning speed. Whoosh! At the same time, a swift whistling sound could be heard. 2 figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's line of sight at the same time. To be more precise, one of them brought the other person over. Elder Zhong, if I didn't leak the information this time, Duan Lingtian might have escaped with Nieyuan and the others. Chapter 1035. The person who spoke was an old man in red. His words were filled with the intention of taking credit. Humph! When the middle-aged man heard the old man's words, he snorted coldly and asked in disdain, "Why? Are you worried that our Izumo sect will mistreat you?" "No, of course not." The old man in red shook his head in fear. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, although he had never heard of this Izumo sect before. However, in his opinion, since the Izumo sect was a sect that had 4 powerhouses at the void interpretation stage or above, it would not be a simple sect. If the Izumo sect's elder, the middle-aged man, knew what the old man in red was thinking, he would be so angry that he would slap him and send him flying. Void interpretation stage? Even the more outstanding young powerhouses in Izumo sect were already at the void transformation stage. A mere void interpretation stage martial artist was nothing in the Izumo sect. Izumo sect. When Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man's words, his eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed in them. Although he was mentally prepared, he knew that the person who came to find trouble with him was from one of the 3 great second-rate forces. However, when he confirmed that the other party was from Izumo sect, he could not help but feel a strong killing intent rising in his heart. When he killed the 2 most outstanding young people in Izumo sect, he was already prepared to offend Izumo sect and be hunted down by them. Otherwise, he would not have been so merciless when he faced Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. If Izumo sect only hunted him down, he would have accepted it wholeheartedly even if he was killed because he was no match for them. However, Izumo sect threatened him with the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Such behavior was despicable. At the same time, Duan Lingtian studied the red-clad old man next to the Izumo sect's elder seriously for the first time. It was the same red-clad old man he had seen in the divine Might Marquis estate today, the revered elder of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. At that time, he and Feng Tianwu had appeared in the divine Might Marquis estate's main hall. They had hidden in the main hall to satisfy their craving. At that time, he had heard the red-clothed old man's words. When the red-clothed old man spoke, there was a trace of fear in his voice, and his attitude was wavering. Because of this, he didn't really like the red-clothed old man and didn't give him any face. Now, it seemed that what he had done was not wrong. The red-clad old man was not worthy of Xiao Chen's friendly treatment. He was just an opportunist. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly turned cold without any reason. Then his entire body seemed to have turned into a hurricane as he rushed towards Izumosek's elder Zhong. His speed was even faster than lightning. Humph! A mantis trying to stop a chariot, facing Duan Lingtian who was flying towards him. Izumosek's elder Zhong coldly snorted. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and prepared to attack Duan Lingtian. However, what happened in the next moment caused his pupils to constrict. 9 dragons, radiant flash. Just as Duan Lingtian charged towards Izumosek's elder Zhong and successfully attracted his attention, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword appeared in his hand, and he immediately performed his sword skill. In an instant, 9 divine dragons flew out. However, their target was not Izumosek's elder Zhong, but the red-clothed old man. Whoosh! 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 Rays of extreme radiant light shot out from the eyes of the 9 divine dragons. It was as though they had the help of the gods. In an instant, 18 bloody holes were left on the red-clothed old man's vital points. Blood continued to spurt out from the wounds, leaving behind a trail of blood that seemed to have formed a small stream on the ground. Boom! Before Izumosek's elder Zhong could react, the red-clothed old man had fallen to the ground and died. From the beginning until the end, the red-clothed old man did not react in time. Duan Lingtian's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it was terrifying. Duan Lingtian, you. Seeing Duan Lingtian kill the red-clothed old man right under his nose, Izumosek's elder Zhong still felt that his dignity was being challenged by Duan Lingtian, even though he did not care about the red-clothed old man's life or death. All of a sudden, he could only feel the anger building up in his chest. It was about to burst out at any moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had killed the red-clothed old man, happened to look at Izumosek's elder Zhong. He stared back at him fearlessly. Between the two of them, their gazes that were as sharp as sabers and swords continued to collide, causing intense sparks to fly. A great battle was about to break out. Whoosh! 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 Just as Izumosek's elder Zhong was about to make his move on Duan Lingtian, 3 figures appeared next to and in front of him soundlessly. 2 of them, an old man and a middle-aged man, stood side by side with him. The appearance of the last person in front of him caused him to respectfully take a few steps back. This was a robust old man. His eyes seemed to be dim and lusterless, but they were actually filled with killing intent. The robe on his body fluttered without the presence of wind. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth, giving off an extremely strong, oppressive feeling. Divine Might Marquis Estate. Whoosh! 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 Numerous figures seemed to appear out of thin air in the divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall, alarming Niarong, Mengping, and Nya Fun, who had been waiting inside since a long time ago. Father! Mother! This unfilial son has returned. I've made all of you worry. A loud and clear voice sounded, completely breaking the silent atmosphere in the hall. It was divine Might Marquis Niayuan, who had just been sent back by Feng Tianwu. He knelt in front of Niarong and Meng Ping as he spoke emotionally. He originally thought that he would definitely die this time. However, who would have thought that an unforeseen event would suddenly occur the day before? Duan Lingtian would appear and rescue him. The contrast between life and death made him feel as though he had fallen from heaven to hell and then back to heaven from hell. It was so stimulating that he almost went crazy. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Meng Ping's face was filled with joy when she saw Nie Yuan's return. She did not even think about how Nie Yuan managed to escape this time. All she knew was that her son had survived, and she no longer had to suffer the pain of having to send off her son. Your Majesty. Compared to Meng Ping, who was overwhelmed with joy, the divine Might Marquis Estate's old Marquis, Nierong, was exceptionally calm. He looked at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, who appeared together with Nie Yuan, and greeted him. Greetings, old Marquis. The emperor quickly returned the greeting, not daring to be negligent at all. In terms of seniority, he and the divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan were of the same generation. The old Marquis, Nierong, was Nie Yuan's father. In front of the old Marquis, he was a junior. In terms of merit, in the past, when the old Marquis was expanding the Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory, he was still a young boy who idolized the old Marquis. In terms of personal relationship, the old Marquis had contributed a lot to him being able to successfully ascend the throne. If it was not for the old Marquis's help, perhaps he would have been killed by his half-brothers who shared the same father. For this reason, he still owed the old Marquis his life. Due to this reason, even though he was now an emperor, he did not dare to put on the airs of an emperor in front of the old Marquis. How did all of you escape? Where's little Tian? Nie Rong asked curiously. As soon as his words left his mouth, he looked at the red-clad lady standing at the side with a gloomy expression on her face. It was Feng Tianwu. Before the others could answer, Feng Tianwu, who had a trace of anxiousness between her brows, had already said, "Since I've sent all of you back, I can leave now that I've succeeded." As soon as her words left her mouth, Feng Tianwu said in her heart, "Elder brother Duan, wait for me." With just a thought, Feng Tianwu disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the sky above the imperial palace, Duan Lingtian looked up and down at the sturdy old man not far away. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The old man stood there, giving him a feeling that he could not see through him. Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something, and his heart skipped a beat. A martial monarch powerhouse. As someone who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, he still had the ability to discern. You're Duan Lingtian. As Duan Lingtian had guessed, the sturdy old man who was looking at Duan Lingtian was the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect. He was also the only supreme elder of Izumo sect. In the northern desert, he was as famous as the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect and North Nether sect. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a mixture of bloodthirst and bone-chilling hatred in the depths of his eyes. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded calmly. He was neither happy nor angry, neither servile nor overbearing. Now he had also guessed the identity of the sturdy old man. There was only one martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. You're the one who killed my direct disciple, Lei Zhong? The sturdy old man, Tong Shan, the supreme elder of Izumo sect, stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and questioned him personally. The moment his words left his mouth, a powerful aura extended from his body and shrouded Duan Lingtian mercilessly. It was as though he would not stop until he had suppressed Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, although his aura was powerful, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had already reached the 7th level void transformation, so he was immune to the aura of a martial monarch powerhouse. Moreover, he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, so he knew a lot about martial monarchs. He was not afraid of the aura of a martial monarch powerhouse at all. That's right. Faced with Tong Shan's question, Duan Lingtian did not evade. Instead, he admitted frankly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The other 3 people from Izumo sect felt their scalps go numb when they saw Duan Lingtian admitting to killing Lei Zhong in front of their supreme elder without any hesitation. This Duan Lingtian is dead meat. I'm afraid the supreme elder won't be able to hold himself back any longer. When the three people from Izumo sect thought Duan Lingtian was doomed, Tongshan finally regained his composure. Tongshan, the supreme elder of Izumo sect, finally regained his senses and made his move. His robe billowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of cold eyes. His eyes were dull, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. It was as though he was looking at a dead man instead of a living person. Perhaps in his eyes, Duan Lingtian would become a dead man soon. Boom! The origin energy on Tong Shan's body skyrocketed as though it had transformed into a milky white flame that soared into the sky and enveloped his entire body. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and soon gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 2,000 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons appeared as though they were telling how terrifying the origin energy on Tong Shan's body was. His origin energy alone is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient, horned dragons. First level martial monarch stage. Chapter 1036. Although Duan Lingtian knew the sturdy old man before him was a martial monarch powerhouse, he was still taken aback when he saw the old man's origin energy at the martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian, from the moment you killed Lei Zhong, your fate was already sealed. I'll send you to the netherworld and become Lei Zhong's slave. Tong Shan's thunderous voice swept through the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace in just a blink of an eye, shocking everyone in the imperial palace. Commander Duan is back. Everyone in the imperial palace who was shocked had a worried expression on their faces. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Most of them had never met Duan Lingtian before. However, Duan Lingtian, who had skyrocketed in recent years, had become the representative of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had become the idol of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom went out, even if they were facing the people of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom or the Darkstone Empire, all they had to do was say, Duan Lingtian is from our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the other party would look at them with envy and jealousy. Every time that happened, they couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had become the pillar of support for most people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Therefore, it was only natural that many people would be worried about Duan Lingtian when he was in danger. Soon after, Duan Lingtian frowned. This was because he saw it. The moment Tong Shan's words left his mouth, the milky white flame on his body turned into a fiery red color. The flame soared into the sky, making Tong Shan look like a gigantic flaming beast. The fiery red mane on the gigantic beast fluttered in the wind. Its mouth was wide open as if it would attack at any time. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy stirred above Tong Shan's head. Another 2,000 ancient horned dragons silhouettes appeared beside the 2,000 ancient horned dragons silhouettes that were triggered by the first level martial monarch stage's origin energy. First level monarch stage, fire profundity. All of a sudden, 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Tong Shan's head, wriggling as they descended. Their momentum was so great that it gave off an invisible pressure. However, all of this did not stop because of this. Bolts of lightning soon appeared around the flames on Tong Shan's body. Many solid saber auras followed him like shadows and connected with the flames in an ingenious manner. At once, another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky. These 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in two waves, 1,000 silhouettes each. 9th level advanced thunder concept. 9th level advanced saber concept. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Tongshan's head. However, he was not surprised. After all, if a powerhouse at the peak of the void had only comprehended 2 ninth-level void transformation concepts, it would be difficult for him to comprehend the monarch stage profundity that was unique to martial monarchs. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Chiyu, the peak master of the 5-element sex Wood Peak, was a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had comprehended 2 ninth-level void transformation concepts at the same time. Water and fire restrained each other and would create a great resistance to each other. Under that resistance, one of them could easily be upgraded to the monarch stage profundity in one fell swoop. At that time, his cultivation base would break through to the martial monarch stage. For a martial artist at the peak of the void like Chiyu, it was almost certain that he would break through to the martial monarch stage. It was only a matter of time. When the time was right, success would follow naturally. It was obvious that Tongshan was a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had comprehended 3 ninth-level void transformation concepts in the past. Under the pressure of the other 2 concepts, his fire concept was the first to complete its transformation. It transformed into the first-level monarch stage, fire profundity. The strength of 6,000 ancient horn dragons was the strength that Tongshan demonstrated without using any spirit weapon. Once he used his spirit weapon, his strength would definitely be even more powerful. A martial monarch powerhouse like Tongshan might not have a grade 1 spirit weapon, since he was from a third-rate force in the foreign lands. However, he still had a grade 2 spirit weapon. A grade 2 spirit weapon would usually provide a strength boost of 77% to 78%. With Tongshan's origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons, the strength boost would be more than 1,500 ancient horned dragons. In other words, Tongshan's strength was equivalent to more than 7,500 ancient horned dragons when he used his grade 2 spirit weapon. What did it mean to have the strength of more than 7,500 ancient horned dragons? Even Duan Lingtian had comprehended the 5th-level advanced sword concept because of the word sword that the sword saint Feng Qingyang left on Cloud Continent. However, even if he used his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and used all his techniques, his strength was only equivalent to 3,500 ancient horned dragons. His 6th-level void transformation cultivation base was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword provided a strength boost of 800 ancient horned dragons. The 1st-level advanced thunder concept was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. The 3rd-level advanced wind concept and the 3rd-level advanced fire concept were equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, respectively. After the fire concept was boosted by the wind concept, the fire concept would have an additional strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. In total, it would be the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The 9th-level intermediate earth concept was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The 5th-level advanced sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. This was all the strength Duan Lingtian could muster at this moment. He did not hold back at all. The strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Naturally, it was not accurate to say that he did not hold back at all. After all, the earth concept could communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy. With the earth concept that Duan Lingtian had comprehended, the earth energy that he could borrow from the earth was equivalent to the strength of 50 ancient horned dragons. However, Duan Lingtian was currently high up in the sky, so he could not borrow the earth energy at all. Not only now, even during normal times or in the future, unless it was in an environment like the Qingfeng Emperor Wu's secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu. Nobody would easily fight with a martial artist who had comprehended the earth concept on the ground. Looks like you're really not afraid of death. Tong Shan, who had 6,000 ancient horned dragons silhouettes above his head, stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he said word by word, "What's the use of being afraid of death?" Duan Lingtian asked back, "You're really stubborn. I've changed my mind. I still want to kill you, but before I do, I'll cripple your dantian and let you watch as I cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll let you watch as your legs and hands turn into fleshless skeletons. As long as you pass out, I'll wake you up until you bleed out and die slowly." Tong Shan's eyes gleamed coldly as a wicked smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said slowly. The moment Tong Shan's words left his mouth, the 3 Izumo sect's elders standing behind him could not help but shudder. Just the thought of the scene described by the Supreme Elder sent chills down their spines, let alone those who were going to experience it. For a moment, the 3 of them looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Looks like the Supreme Elder is really angry this time. I can't believe the Supreme Elder has such a bloody and brutal side to him. I didn't see it in the past. The 3 Izumo sect's elders secretly communicated with each other through voice transmission. Their voices were filled with fear. As for Duan Lingtian, his expression could not help but change when he heard Tong Shan's words. Cripple his dantian and let him watch his flesh being cut off piece by piece? What? Are you scared? Do you regret it now? When Tong Shan noticed a change in Duan Lingtian's expression, he could not help but sneer. "You should have expected this when you killed my direct disciple, Lei Zhong. Scared? Regret?" Upon hearing Tong Shan's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His expression quickly regained its calmness as he looked at Tong Shan coldly. "Old man, is there something wrong with your head? Before I killed Lei Zhong, I already knew he was from Izumo sect. I even knew he was the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse like you." Duan Lingtian said calmly, "If I was scared and regretful, do you think I would have killed him?" "Idiot." When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Lingtian quickly spat out 2 words while Tong Shan and the 3 Izumo sect's elders were stunned. At the same time, he glanced at Tong Shan in disdain. This Duan Lingtian called the Supreme Elder an idiot? I didn't hear wrongly, right? One of the Izumo sect's elders asked hesitantly through voice transmission as he looked at his 2 companions next to him. "You didn't hear wrongly." The other Izumo sect's elder shook his head. At this moment, he could feel his scalp going numb. Could it be that Duan Lingtian doesn't want to die fast enough? Perhaps he's afraid that he won't die fast enough. After all, if he really does what the Supreme Elder said, Duan Lingtian will be sliced into 1,000 pieces. At that time, without his cultivation base, he'll be begging for death. The last Izumo sect's elder voiced his opinion. At once, the other 2 nodded their heads and felt that it made sense. Humph. At the same time, Tong Shan, who was originally enraged by Duan Lingtian to the point of wanting to kill Duan Lingtian, snorted coldly to vent his anger. "Duan Lingtian, do you think I'll fall for your trick? Since you want a quick death, I won't let you have a quick death." Tong Shan looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. "Today, no matter how you enrage me, I won't change my mind. I'm going to cripple your cultivation and let you watch with your own eyes as the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece." Upon hearing Tong Shan's words, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. "Tong Shan, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Do you really think that I called you an idiot because I wanted to enrage you and make you kill me?" Duan Lingtian sneered with killing intent in his eyes. After he glanced at the 3 Izumo sect's elders who were looking at him, he finally looked at Tong Shan again. Chapter 1037. Who's going to kill who? Tong Shan was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain and mocked. "Who do you think you are to say that to me?" In Tong Shan's opinion, in the entire northern desert, only the 2 old men from North Nether sect and Anika sect had the right to speak to him in such a manner. Both of them were not inferior to him in terms of strength. However, Duan Lingtian was the one who said those words. He could not deny that Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength were not bad. If Duan Lingtian managed to survive, it was not impossible for him to break through to the martial monarch stage in the future and become a martial monarch powerhouse like him. However, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to fight him now. It was like heaven and earth. It was impossible to surpass them. Ha 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 ha! The moment Tong Shan's words left his mouth, the 3 Izumo sect elders behind him could not help but laugh out loud as though they had heard the funniest joke in the world. This Duan Lingtian dares to say he's going to kill the Supreme Elder? Although he didn't say so directly, that's exactly what he meant. What a joke! He's just a young boy who's not even 30 years old. Even if his cultivation base and innate talent are good, it's still impossible for him to fight the Supreme Elder. The 3 Izumo sect elders discussed among themselves. They mocked Duan Lingtian as much as they could. They would not believe that Duan Lingtian could kill their Izumo sect Supreme Elder, even if they were beaten to death. Their Izumo sect Supreme Elder was at the martial monarch stage. A young man who was not even 30 years old could kill a martial monarch powerhouse? Who would believe this if they told others? You'll find out soon enough whether he's worthy or not. No, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to find out in your lifetime. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Tong Shan and the 3 Izumo sect elders' mockery. He stared at Tong Shan calmly. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth when he reached the end of his sentence. Then I'll first destroy your dantian and cripple your cultivation. I want to see if you can still be as confident as you are now when you lose your cultivation base. Tong Shan's eyes were brimming with killing intent as he lost control of his emotions. As the power in his body surged, his figure flashed and dashed toward Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons covered the sky and earth as they charged toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Boom! A moment later, Tong Shan arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and slapped out, causing the airflow in the air to spread out, forming circles of clearly visible ripples. It was as if he had the help of the gods. He pressed his palm against Duan Lingtian's dantian. He wanted to destroy Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Lin, seeing that Tong Shan's palm was about to succeed, a shout came out of nowhere and broke the temporary silence. Elder Brother Duan. A moment ago, a figure that looked like a fire elf appeared in the sky above the imperial palace again. It was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had just rushed back from the divine Might Marquis estate. As soon as Feng Tianwu returned, she saw Tong Shan appearing in front of Duan Lingtian out of thin air. Although she could not see Tong Shan's movements, she could not see it clearly. When she saw Tong Shan appearing in front of her elder brother Duan, she could guess that something was going to happen to her elder brother Duan. A hint of panic appeared on her beautiful face immediately. However, in the next moment, the panic on her face disappeared completely. This was because she saw a talisman shot out from her elder brother Duan's hand. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to recall the past again. They had no idea how Duan Lingtian did it. However, in their opinion, they would only die if they continued to stay. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Izumo sect elders disappeared into the horizon as though they had never appeared. For the sake of survival, they resolutely abandoned the supreme elder of their Izumo sect and left the supreme elder's corpse to fend for itself. Elder brother Duan. Duan Lingtian had just glanced at the backs of the 3 Izumo sect elders when a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Duan Lingtian didn't have to think to know whose voice it was. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian rose into the air and arrived next to Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye. He asked with a puzzled expression, "Where's Uncle Nye and the others?" "I've sent them back to the divine Might Marquis estate." "Feng," Tianwu replied, Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he glanced in the direction where the three Izumo sect elders left and secretly sighed in relief. Earlier, he had used the last talisman his cheapskate father gave him to kill Tong Shan, the only martial emperor powerhouse in Izumo sect. It was also his last life-saving talisman. After Tong Shan's death, if the other three Izumo sect elders were to seek revenge on him in a fit of rage, he would definitely die. Although his current strength was not bad, he did not dare to claim that he could defeat the three Izumo sect elders. Since the three of them were able to follow Tong Shan, there must be a powerhouse at the peak of the void among them. There might even be more than one. A powerhouse at the peak of the void could be considered as a rare existence among the third-rate forces in the foreign lands. However, it was only considered as ordinary among the second-rate forces. The reason why a second-rate force was called a second-rate force was because there was a martial emperor powerhouse in the force. It was the same vice versa. A second-rate force without a martial emperor powerhouse could not be considered a second-rate force, no matter how many powerhouses at the peak of the void they had. At most, it could only be considered as a slightly stronger third-rate force, just like the future Izumo sect. Now that Tong Shan, the only martial emperor powerhouse, had died, Izumo sect was destined to decline. Izumo sect would only be able to continue its glory if another martial emperor powerhouse was born. I guess I made the right bet this time. Duan Lingtian could not help but take a deep breath as he muttered to himself with a wry smile on his face when he recalled the scene earlier. Elder brother Duan, what did you make the right bet? Feng Tianwu's hearing was extraordinary. It was easy for her to hear Duan Lingtian's words. She could not help but ask curiously. The talisman I used to kill Tong Shan earlier. Tianwu, do you know that's the last talisman I have? Duan Lingtian sighed when he reached this part of the sentence. He did not hide anything from Feng Tianwu. What? Feng Tianwu was slightly taken aback when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Elder brother Duan, why you purposely scared the three Izumo sect elders away earlier? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head and did not deny it. Since the beginning, when he had rushed back from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had thought of using the Devil Seal tablet many times. However, he did not have the confidence to do so. Moreover, the reason he thought of using the Devil Seal tablet was not because he wanted to deal with the martial emperor powerhouses from one of the three great second-rate forces, but because he wanted to deal with the group of powerhouses at the peak of the void from the second-rate forces. After all, he only had one talisman left in his possession. Originally, he had planned to use the talisman to kill Tong Shan before using the Devil Seal tablet to devilify himself and kill the remaining three Izumo sect elders. However, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and he thought of another method. It was the method he had put into action earlier. He would create an atmosphere and kill Tong Shan with the talisman at the most appropriate time. At that time, the remaining three Izumo sect elders would definitely be scared out of their wits and run away. Duan Lingtian. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You must be familiar with this saying, right? Chapter 1038. The sudden voice caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change instantly. Even if it was Feng Tianwu, her extremely beautiful face that could be said to be capable of causing the downfall of nations, couldn't help but slightly change color at this moment. This voice sounds familiar. Who is it? Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at the sky where the voice came from. His brows were tightly knitted together. He could not recall where he had heard this voice before. When Duan Lingtian saw three figures appearing out of thin air in the sky, his face turned completely grave when his eyes landed on one of the two people behind them. Zuo Yu. At this moment, it seemed as though only the young man in the distance remained in the world in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the young man that had once fled under his nose. The strongest person among the young generation in a Nika sect, Zuo Yu, he still remembered. After entering the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace, left behind by Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He, Zuiyu, and the strongest person among the young generation in North Nether Sect, Su Qing, had successfully passed the test and entered the central area of the 4th level. In the beginning, Zuiyu and Su Qing had joined forces to kill him. When his life was in danger, he unintentionally activated the inscription formation on the 4th level. After successfully distracting the two of them, he was lucky enough to survive. After he survived, he consumed a spirit fruit that was a reward for passing the test on the 4th level before Zuiyu and Su Qing discovered him. His cultivation base successfully broke through. After his cultivation base broke through, he killed Su Qing, who wanted to kill him and steal the spirit fruit in just one blow. Just when he was about to continue to kill Zuiyu, the origin energy in his body was in a mess due to his cultivation base breaking through again. It caused him to suffer quite a lot of internal injuries, and he could not chase after Zuiyu at that moment. Zuiyu, who was supposed to die in his hands, managed to survive because of this. After Zuiyu escaped, Duan Lingtian knew that he would be a huge trouble. This was because not only would Zuiyu spread the news that he had killed Su Qing, but he would also spread the news that he was the only one who could ascend to the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace and obtain the profundity fragment in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. He's finally here. Therefore, Duan Lingtian knew that what he was worried about was happening when he saw Zuiyu following behind a mysterious old man. This old man's strength is probably not inferior to Tongshan. Tongshan was the one and only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect whom he had just killed with the last talisman left behind by his cheapskate father. He should be the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, Zuoyu's master. Duan Lingtian tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but he couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. In front of Tongshan, he was able to remain calm because he knew what he was doing. He had the talisman left behind by his cheapskate father, so it was not difficult for him to kill Tongshan. The difficult part was creating an atmosphere that could scare away the 3 Anika sect elders behind Tongshan. Now that he had made up his mind, he was neither servile nor overbearing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse like Tongshan. This was also the reason why he was able to remain calm on the outside and on the inside when he saw Tongshan appear and guessed his identity. However, it was different now. I'm afraid they heard what I said to Tian Wu just now. Duan Lingtian still remembered. After he told Feng Tianwu that he had used the last talisman in his possession to kill Tongshan, Zuyu's voice resonated in the air. It was obvious that he had heard what Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he realized this. He was not afraid of a martial monarch powerhouse when he had the talisman in his possession. However, the problem was that he had used up all the talismans in his possession. He could no longer rely on talismans to fight a martial monarch powerhouse. He could only rely on his own strength. Although he was quite strong now, his strength was equivalent to the strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons after he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his full strength. His strength was nothing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse who could easily unleash the strength of 6,000 to 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Supreme Elder, he's Duan Lingtian, the person who killed Lei Zhong and Su Qing. Zuoyu said respectfully to the old man in front of him. The old man was dressed in white. His face was cold, and there was no emotion in his eyes. A rare gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes when he heard Zuoyu's words. You're Duan Lingtian? The lucky guy who obtained 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The old man asked calmly as he stared at Duan Lingtian calmly. Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. However, it seems a little arbitrary to say that I obtained 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man fearlessly and calmly responded to the old man. Duan Lingtian, stop playing dumb. Before the old man could speak, Zuiyu said, sarcastically, Yumi and Su Qing were the only 3 people who managed to reach the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace and pass the bumpy road. You killed Su Qing, and I left first. You were the only one left in Qingfeng Palace's 4th level who had the chance to go to the 5th level. Who else could it be but you who obtained the 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body? Zhuo Yu sneered. Left first? Duan Lingtian's face turned a little strange when he heard Zhuo Yu's words. He still remembered. At that time, Zhuo Yu was obviously afraid of being killed by him. That was why he fled right under his nose. However, now that Zhuo Yu said it, he was the one who left first. Zhuo Yu, I know you're jealous that I'm more powerful than you after I killed Lei Zhong. Not only that, but you also want the profundity fragment that I obtained from the outer ring of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuo Yu calmly and said nonchalantly, However, don't you think it's a little too much for you to fabricate facts and slander me just for your own selfish desires? Why you're saying that I'm slandering you? Duan Lingtian's words angered Zhuo Yu so much that his face turned green and white. It took him a long time to calm down. Isn't that the case? Duan Lingtian did not plan to let Zhuo Yu go when he saw his expression turning grave. He sneered and said, Did you see me reach the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace with your own eyes? Did you see me obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body with your own eyes? Duan Lingtian's repeated questions made Zhuo Yu speechless. He did not know how to answer. What? Are you in the wrong? Duan Lingtian said with a mocking smile when he saw Zhuo Yu opening his mouth, but no words came out. Zhuo Yu, I must say that you're really capable. Because of the enmity between us, you didn't hesitate to slander me and even used your master, the martial monarch powerhouse from your Anika sect, as a tool to get back at me. Duan Lingtian enunciated each and every word that came out of his mouth. Zhuo Yu was so angry that his face turned extremely grave. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only the old man in front of Zhuo Yu, but also the middle-aged man next to him turned to look at Zhuo Yu instinctively. Master, don't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. Zhuo Yu's expression changed dramatically when he saw the old man looking at him. He said in a panic, I'm telling the truth. At that time, he was indeed the only one who had the opportunity to go to the 5th floor and see the body of Qingfeng Emperor Wu and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body. Zhuo Yu was really afraid that his master would believe Duan Lingtian's words and misunderstand him. You've said so much, but it turns out that everything you said is just your personal guess. Duan Lingtian sneered. I admit that the rest is just my personal guess. However, you can't deny that I left Qingfeng Palace after you killed Su Qing and continued to stay on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace. When Zhuo Yu saw the old man who was his master nodding at him, the haze in his heart was swept away. He looked at Duan Lingtian fearlessly and said word by word in a deep voice, Why should I deny what I've done? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, As for why you said you left, it seems a little far-fetched, don't you think? Are you sure that you left because you gave up the opportunity to explore the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace? When Zhuo Yu's face turned pale, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let him go. He completely tore off the last piece of cloth on him. Why do I remember that someone was fleeing in front of me at that time? Humph. Don't try to change the topic. The 3 profundity fragments in the martial emperor's body must have ended up in your hands in the end. Zhuo Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his restless emotions before he snorted coldly. Are you so sure? Duan Lingtian felt chills running down his spine when he saw the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect and another middle-aged man who seemed to be an elder from Anika sect looking at him together. However, he still tried to remain calm on the surface. Of course, Zhuo Yu replied without any hesitation. What if I swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that I didn't obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body? Duan Lingtian asked back. Do you dare? Zhou Yu said disdainfully with an arrogant look on his face. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because he saw it. Duan Lingtian actually broke his finger and used his blood to communicate with the 99 heavenly tribulation to swear that he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body. Boom! 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 9 deafening claps of thunder resonated one after another. It clearly entered the ears of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, the 3 people from Anika sect, and everyone in the imperial palace. After the 9 claps of thunder, everything returned to normal. The lightning punishment did not descend as expected. How's this possible? Chapter 1039. What's impossible about that? Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard Zhou Yu's words. You said it yourself that it's just your guess. If you could guess everything correctly, you wouldn't be as useless as you are now. Useless? Duan Lingtian's words clearly entered Zhou Yu's ears, causing his expression to turn grave. He did not know what to say at that moment. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit it. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he could indeed be considered as trash. A complacent smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw this. He swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would be killed by the lightning punishment if he managed to obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. The 99 heavenly tribulation let out 9 claps of thunder in response to his oath, but the lightning punishment did not descend. Therefore, from an outsider's perspective, he did not see Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body even if he managed to ascend to the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. Otherwise, why would he dare to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation? Why would he say he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body? Nobody knew. The reason Duan Lingtian dared to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation was not because he did not see Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. It was the opposite. Not only did he see Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body, but he even obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. The reason he dared to make that oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation and didn't trigger the lightning punishment or even get killed by the lightning punishment was because he didn't violate the oath. He swore that as long as he obtained the 3 profundity fragments from Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body, he would be willing to be killed by the thunder punishment. However, although he obtained the profundity fragments from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body, he did not obtain the 3 profundity fragments. There was only 1 Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. As for the other 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments, even he did not know who had them. Because of this, he did not break his oath. He didn't get 3 profundity fragments. He only got 1. Just now, Duan Lingtian was playing a word game with the 3 from Anika sect. The 3 from Anika sect did not notice anything and believed Duan Lingtian's words. Even if that's the case, you should still have a profundity fragment with you. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth as he looked at Duan Lingtian unwillingly. Idiot! Ignoring Zhou Yu's increasingly ugly expression, Duan Lingtian spat out 2 words without hesitation. After Zhou Yu was so angry that his body began to tremble violently, he continued to say, "Do you think that all the profundity fragments that I obtained after entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure belong to me?" At this point, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man standing in front of Zhou Yu. He was the supreme elder of Anika sect by Yuhai. Just as he was about to say something, another voice descended from the sky, interrupting him just as he was about to speak. "Do you dare to swear that you didn't obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment?" A loud and clear voice descended from the sky. 2 figures appeared almost at the same time and arrived near Duan Lingtian in just a short moment. The person following behind stared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. The voice just now was from his mouth. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. However, his appearance did not attract Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian's attention was completely focused on the old man standing in front of the middle-aged man. The old man was dressed in gray and exuded an extremely sharp aura from his body. The feeling he gave Duan Lingtian was exactly the same as the feeling Tongshan and Bai Yuhai gave him. He was not simple and gave him an invisible pressure. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to give him this kind of pressure. Martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that person from North Nether Sect? North Nether Sect was a second-rate force in the northern desert, like Izumo Sect and Anika Sect. There was also a martial monarch powerhouse in the sect. When Duan Lingtian left the Five-Element Sect and made his way to the martial emperor's secret treasure, he had heard about the martial monarch powerhouse from some of the Five-Element Sect's disciples. The strongest person in North Nether Sect, the martial monarch powerhouse. Feng Tong! Feng Tong! As soon as the gray-clad old man appeared, Duan Lingtian heard Bai Yuhai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika Sect, greeting the gray-clad old man in surprise. At once, Duan Lingtian realized he had guessed correctly. The person who appeared before him was none other than Feng Tong, the pillar and guardian of North Nether Sect. Two martial monarch powerhouses! Unknowingly, a wisp of indescribable bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Bai Yuhai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika Sect, was already a headache for him. Now Feng Tong, who was even more difficult to deal with, had appeared. Bai Yuhai was still fine. He was instigated by his direct disciple, Zuyu, to look for him for the profundity fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng. However, after he swore on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, he noticed that Bai Yuhai's hostility toward him had lessened. Feng Tong, on the other hand, did not come for the 3 profundity fragments that might be in his possession. Instead, he came to kill him to avenge Su Qing. Su Qing was the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether Sect. He was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether Sect. When they were on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace in the Martial Emperor's secret treasure, Su Qing had attacked him mercilessly because of his greed to kill him and seize his treasures. In the end, he was killed by Su Qing after he had made a breakthrough. Only he and Zuoyu knew about Su Qing's death. If Zuoyu was dead, nobody would know that he was the one who killed Su Qing. However, Duan Lingtian had suffered internal injuries at the critical moment. This gave Zuoyu the opportunity to escape before he could recover. That was the root of the problem. Now, the root of the problem was exposed one by one. Duan Lingtian was exhausted from dealing with it. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Feng Tong's cloudy eyes suddenly turned piercing as he stared intently at Duan Lingtian. He enunciated each word clearly as he asked. At the same time, an aura as sharp as a sword swept out from his body toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he faced Tong Shan's aura earlier. But now, facing the aura from Feng Tong's body, he felt a trace of pressure. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this did not mean Feng Tong was stronger than Tong Shan. It was just that Feng Tong was better at this. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Feng Tong's question. He only looked at Feng Tong with a fearful expression on his face. He could clearly see the killing intent that flashed in the depth of Feng Tong's eyes. He knew Feng Tong wanted to kill him. He could not wait to kill him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt anxious and uneasy. Duan Lingtian, make another oath. As long as you swear on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that you didn't obtain the Emperor stage profundity fragment, I'll kill you. If you don't die, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Bai Yuhai glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said slowly. He was inspired by the North Nether Sect's middle-aged elder to add such a sentence. He wanted to force Duan Lingtian into a corner, so Duan Lingtian had no other choice. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed subtly. At this moment, he realized something. Even if he did not admit that he had obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, there was no turning back now. Bai Yuhai had come looking for him because he coveted the treasure in his possession. Feng Tong's main goal was to avenge Su Qing. Even if Bai Yuhai did not make a move, Feng Tong alone was enough to kill him. That's right, I did obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to admit it. As he admitted it, he immediately looked at Feng Tong. To be more precise, he looked at Feng Tong's eyes and carefully observed the changes in Feng Tong's gaze. When he saw the greedy gleam in the depth of Feng Tong's eyes, he could not help but sigh in relief. Perhaps this was a turning point for him. Based on the current situation, this was the only turning point. The Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the eyes of the three people from Anika sect, led by Supreme Elder Bai Yuhai, lit up. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though they had seen a rare treasure. Humph! It seems like I was right. You really did obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, Zuyu said coldly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, he had a "I've seen through you" expression on his face. Based on his words, it was as though he was bragging about his ability to predict the future. At the same time, two terrifying killing intents flashed and swept toward Duan Lingtian. They were filled with extreme coldness. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he realized the two terrifying killing intents came from the two martial monarch powerhouses, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. Both of them wanted to kill him. Let alone two first-level martial monarch stage martial artists, even a ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would be interested in the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. However, at this moment, none of them made a move. They were in a stalemate for the time being. In their opinion, there was no doubt that the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand was already theirs. What they had to consider now was how to suppress each other and obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. They had been rivals for many years, and they knew each other very well. This was the reason why they hesitated for a long time without making a move. Feng Tong, aren't you looking for him to avenge Su Qing? I can give you his life. As for the other things in his hand, I'll take them. Bai Yuhai's eyes gleamed as he said to Feng Tong, Bai Yuhai, if you think his life is more valuable than the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, then I can give you his life, and the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment will belong to me. Feng Tong's words made his stance clear. Chapter 1040. At this moment, the two martial monarch powerhouses faced each other. They were ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, both of them wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. Neither of them was willing to give in. Duan Lingtian watched coldly from the side. The scene before him was exactly what he had been waiting for. A dog biting another dog a mouthful of fur. However, Duan Lingtian's expression changed quickly. This was because he noticed the two martial monarch powerhouses who were facing each other suddenly broke their fingers. 2 drops of blood shot up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in just a blink of an eye. I, Bai Yuhai Anikasek, Supreme Elder, hereby swear by the 99 Heavenly Tribulation that I'll compete with Feng Tong for the ownership of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment after I obtain it. If I violate this oath, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning punishment. I, Feng Tong, North Nether Sect Supreme Elder, hereby swear by Yuhai and Feng Tong, the 2 martial monarch powerhouses, reached a consensus in just a blink of an eye. They would first obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and then compete fairly with each other. Before that, they would work together to obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Boom! 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 18 deafening claps of thunder broke the silence above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. It was the 99 Heavenly Tribulation that the 2 martial monarchs swore on the 99 Heavenly Tribulation. The thunderous claps caused the people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace to panic. Many of them were so scared that they fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Is that thunder? Seems like it. Could it be that Commander Duan is fighting with the 4 unknown powerhouses? That's possible. Everyone in the imperial palace was looking forward to Duan Lingtian's victory and his triumphant return. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was not only recognized as the strongest powerhouse in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but he was also the Crimson Sky Kingdom's guardian. Only Duan Lingtian had the ability to lead them out of the sea of fire. From this, it could be seen how lofty the Duan Lingtian was in their hearts. It had already risen to the level of faith, and it was even higher than the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor might not be as influential as Duan Lingtian in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, the people in the imperial palace did not know that their commander Duan was currently facing the biggest crisis in his life. He could lose his life at any moment. As a 6th-level Void transformation martial artist, he was targeted by 2 martial monarch powerhouses at the same time. Among all the 6th-level Void transformation stage martial artists in the world, he was probably the only one who received such treatment. Above the imperial palace, after Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong reached a consensus, they stared at Duan Lingtian like tigers eyeing their prey. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of greed. Duan Lingtian, hand over the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. We'll leave your corpse intact, Feng Tong said calmly. As a martial monarch powerhouse, Bai Yuhai could easily kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring from Duan Lingtian. However, he did not dare to do so. After all, he was not sure if Duan Lingtian kept the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the spatial ring that he carried with him. If Duan Lingtian did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him and hid it in a place that only he knew about, Bai Yuhai would definitely kill him. If he was killed, there would be no more clues about where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was hidden. Bai Yuhai did not want that to happen. Duan Lingtian, as long as you hand over the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll forgive you for lying to me, Bai Yuhai said slowly as he stared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Just like Feng Tong, he was worried that Duan Lingtian did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him. Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong did not dare to take the risk. They could kill Duan Lingtian and obtain his spatial ring. However, if there was no Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the spatial ring, everything they did would be in vain. A sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he heard the 2 martial monarchs' words. Naturally, he could guess what the 2 of them were thinking. They were worried that he did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him. They were worried that they would not be able to find the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment after they killed him. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, am able to die in the hands of 2 martial monarch stage powerhouses. It can be said that my life was not in vain. Both of you make your move. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he suddenly closed his eyes and opened his arms. From the beginning until the end, there was a smile on his face as though he was waiting for his death. Both Feng Tong and Bai Yuhai's expressions changed when they heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Duan Lingtian's actions. The more Duan Lingtian acted like this, the more uneasy they felt. In their opinion, if the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was in Duan Lingtian's hands, the Duan Lingtian would not be so calm. Feng Tong and Bai Yuhai looked at each other. In the end, neither of them made a move. At this moment, since you want to die, there's no need for my master to do it himself. I'll kill you on behalf of my master. A cold snort suddenly rang in the air. A figure flew out from behind Bai Yuhai. It was as though the figure had transformed into a bolt of lightning as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Initially, this figure's speed was nothing in Bai Yuhai's eyes. However, Bai Yuhai's attention was not on the owner of the figure at this moment. He only regained his senses when the owner of the figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and made his move. Zuoyu, stop! Horror dawned on Bai Yu Hai when he saw Zuoyu's palm that was about to land on Duan Lingtian's head with a surging origin energy and concept. It was just inches away from him. If Duan Lingtian was killed by Zuoyu, everything would be over. They would not be able to obtain the Emperor stage, Profundity Fragment, in the end. Bai Yu Hai could not help but panic. Stop! At the same time, Feng Tong regained his senses. Horror dawned on his face. He might not be able to use the Emperor stage Profundity Fragment now, but if he could use it to contact a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse on Cloud Continent, he might be able to witness the birth of a martial emperor powerhouse with his own eyes. At that time, he and the North Nether sect behind him would have a good relationship with an Emperor Wu powerhouse. They would be able to do whatever they wanted on Cloud Continent. Would any first-rate force or top force dare to offend an Emperor Wu powerhouse? Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong disappeared from their spots. They wanted to stop Zuoyu. Unfortunately, they were still too late. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air, causing Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong to come to a halt. They appeared in the air not far from where Duan Lingtian was standing. Feng Tong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. As for Bai Yu Hai, his face was extremely pale. Zuoyu, who was charging at Duan Lingtian aggressively with the intention of smashing Duan Lingtian's head with his palm, suddenly had his head explode like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere and scattered across the sky. It was like a blooming flower of blood-red fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Whoosh! At the same time, Zuoyu's headless body fell from the sky and crashed hard on the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat. Zuoyu's body was less than 10 meters away from Izumo Sect's Supreme Elder Tong Shan's body. Both of them had died in the same way. Both of them had been smashed into minced meat. Duan, Ling, Tian. A low and oppressive voice came out of Bai Yu Hai's mouth. His expression was ugly and his eyes were red. The pauses between each word seemed to express the extreme anger in his heart. Boom! In an instant, the milky white origin energy on Bai Yu Hai's body skyrocketed and transformed into a wave of aqua blue energy. It was surrounded by purple lightning and gusts of green wind. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air and descended in a zigzag manner. It was visually stunning. His strength is on par with Tong Shan. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when he saw the scene before him. However, his face remained calm. He, who was fearless, sized up the 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky with great interest. Not only was he not frightened, but he also did not seem to take the scene before his eyes seriously. Even if I, Duan Lingtian, have to die in the hands of a martial monarch, Zuoyu, he's not worthy. Duan Lingtian said calmly. He was not afraid of Bai Yu Hai, who was glaring at him. There was a hint of coldness in his voice as he spoke. Zuoyu had been defeated by him in the past. He could only run away when he faced him. Due to this reason, he had never taken Zuoyu seriously. Today, Zuoyu wanted to take advantage of him and take his life. He was seeking his own death. Bai Yu Hai's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The energy in his body began to fluctuate irregularly as though he was going to attack at any time. However, he did not attack in the end. Naturally, he was furious that his direct disciple was killed. After all, that was the direct disciple he had nurtured for more than 20 years. He had long regarded him as his own son. However, his son had been killed by someone else. If it was someone else, that person would have died in his hands. However, the person who killed his direct disciple was Duan Lingtian, a person who had obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Moreover, it was highly possible that he had hidden it. For this reason, he could only endure for the time being for the sake of the Emperor's stage, profundity fragment. Zuoyu, rest in peace. Wait for a moment on the road to hell. When Master finds out where the Emperor's stage profundity fragment is, he'll immediately kill Duan Lingtian and send him to accompany you. Bai Yu Hai was as calm as still water as he swore in his heart. If only. Previously, he was only interested in the Emperor's stage profundity fragment. He did not care whether he killed Duan Lingtian or not. However, he was completely enraged by the death of his direct disciple, Zuyu. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan. Chapter 1041. After Duan Lingtian killed Tongshan with the talisman, Feng Tianwu's expression changed subtly when the three people from Anika's sect appeared. In the beginning, she did not know that her elder brother Duan was being targeted by Anika's sect. She thought Zuyu was dissatisfied with her elder brother Duan, so he asked the elders of the sect to teach her elder brother Duan a lesson. It was not until Duan Lingtian swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that she realized the people from Anika's sect did not come here just to seek revenge on her elder brother Duan. They had a bigger goal in mind. The 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng. She was familiar with the 3 profundity fragments. When she saw her big brother Duan really swear an oath and the 99 heavenly tribulation responded, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, as she thought her big brother Duan would be able to avoid this calamity. Who knew someone else would appear at the critical moment? North Nether Sect, Feng Tong. She had heard this name when the old man from Anika's sect greeted the old man from North Nether Sect. It was not unfamiliar to her. When she was in Blade Sect, she had heard people discussing the 3 major second-rate forces in the Northern Desert. The supreme elders of the 3 major forces were also mentioned, the 3 martial monarch powerhouses. Izumo Sect, Tongshan. North Nether Sect, Feng Tong. Anika Sect by Yu Hai. Tongshan was killed by her elder brother Duan's talisman. From the way the old man from Anika's sect spoke to Feng Tong casually, Feng Tianwu could vaguely guess his identity. The supreme elder of Anika's sect, the martial monarch powerhouse by Yu Hai. At that moment, even she was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. The martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 major second-rate forces were gathered in this little kingdom in the mountains. Unbelievable. As time went by, she finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Bai Yu Hai had come for the profundity fragment that her elder brother Duan had obtained from Emperor Wu of Qingfeng. Feng Tong was here to avenge Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether Sect. Following that, the situation changed so many times that she couldn't help but feel anxious. When she saw that her elder brother Duan was being stared at by 2 martial emperors, she could not help but feel a bone-chilling chill in her heart. Soon, Feng Tianwu realized that Duan Lingtian had turned his head to look at her after hearing her call. At this moment, she could clearly see the seriousness in the depths of her elder brother Duan's eyes. Looks like elder brother Duan isn't as casual as he seems on the surface. The pressure from the 2 martial emperors is too great. Feng Tianwu thought. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's thoughts were running wild. If I want to kill these 2 martial emperors, it'll be very difficult. If I want to kill them, I'll have to raise my monarch stage fire profundity to the 3rd level at least. Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze from Duan Lingtian to the 2 old figures in the distance. A hint of dread appeared on her beautiful face. In my current situation, if I forcefully communicate and unleash the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity to give birth to the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity and unleash the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons, even if I can kill one of them, the energy from the fire spirit body in my body will explode in an instant. Feng Tianwu was more familiar with her own situation than anyone else. Tianwu, no matter what happens, You can't forcefully communicate with a high-level fire profundity to attack them. At the same time, a voice that Feng Tianwu could not be more familiar with entered her ears. It made her heart tremble and filled with warmth. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her elder brother Duan was still considerate of her even in the face of danger. I'll think of a way to deal with this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and added to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. He knew Tianwu very well. Therefore, he warned Tianwu in advance. He was afraid she would do something stupid. He had once probed Feng Tianwu's body with his mind energy, so his understanding of Feng Tianwu's body wasn't much worse than Feng Tianwu's. If Tianwu forcefully communicates and unleashes the high-level fire concept, the energy from the fire spirit body in her body will explode, even if she can kill either Feng Tong or Bai Yu Hai. They won't be able to hold on until she attacks the second person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Duan Lingtian, where's the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment? At this moment, Feng Tong asked in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. I've said it before. I don't have the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, but I'll give you my life. Duan Lingtian replied shamelessly. Naturally, he did not really want to die. He was certain Feng Tong would not dare to make a move on him. What he had to do now was to rack his brain to find a way to deal with the current crisis. Humph! Before Feng Tong could open his mouth, Bai Yu Hai, who was standing nearby, snorted coldly. His voice was very loud, and it was filled with origin energy. It swept through the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom like a thunderclap. Ah! It hurts. At the same time, everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace cried out in agony as their eardrums burst. There were even some who were knocked unconscious or killed by the shock waves. When a martial monarch was enraged, he could kill someone from 1,000 meters away with just a snort. Naturally, he could only kill people who did not have a high cultivation base. Duan Lingtian, don't think we can't do anything to you. We don't dare to kill you. But it's a piece of cake for us to kill the people around you. Due to Zhuai Yu's death, Bai Yu Hai seemed to have transformed into a different person. His crimson eyes were filled with killing intent, as though he was about to devour someone. His words seemed to have come from an ice cave. It was bone-chilling. If you tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, you'll die. I won't touch your friends and family. However, if you don't tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, I'll kill a person who's related to you every hour. If you insist on not telling me, I'll watch the people around you die one by one. Bai Yu Hai threatened Duan Lingtian with his words. Feng Tong's eyes lit up when he heard Bai Yu Hai's words. He agreed with Bai Yu Hai's words from the bottom of his heart. He wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He wanted Duan Lingtian's life as well. Bai Yu Hai's words were the exact words in his heart. Despicable. After hearing Bai Yu Hai's words, Feng Tianwu's devastatingly beautiful face was covered in frost as she rebuked him angrily. A dignified martial emperor actually dares to threaten a void transformation stage martial artist like this. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself if news of this spreads? As for Duan Lingtian, the moment Bai Yu Hai's words left his mouth, the expression on his face that he had tried his best to remain calm had completely changed. If he did not tell them where the profundity fragment was, every hour he would kill a person who was related to him every hour. In other words, he would have to kill 24 people who were related to him every day. Despicable. Bai Yu Hai looked at Feng Tianwu when he was reprimanded by Feng Tianwu. He sneered, "As long as I kill all of you, why should I worry about people spreading the news about my actions today? Moreover, so what if they spread the news? Do you think I, Bai Yu Hai, will lose a single strand of hair because of this?" Bai Yu Hai's eyes that were looking at Feng Tianwu suddenly gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Oh no. At the same time, Feng Tianwu saw the gleam in Bai Yu Hai's eyes. Her expression changed drastically when she vaguely, guessed what was going on. Unfortunately, as soon as she realized what was going on, she realized an extremely powerful force that she could not resist was pulling her away from her original spot. Tian Wu. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized what was going on. His expression changed drastically. However, when he realized what was going on, he realized that Feng Tianwu was already next to Bai Yuhai. She was being forcefully pulled away by Bai Yuhai. At this moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body flickered as she tried to resist. However, every time the flames on her body rose to a certain height, they would be suppressed by an invisible force. They would be crushed and disappear without a trace. What are you trying to do? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he saw this. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as he glared at Bai Yuhai. What am I trying to do? Bai Yuhai smiled nonchalantly. However, there was no change in the way he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were still gleaming coldly as he said, I've said that if you don't tell me the location of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll kill one person who's related to you every hour. I've already chosen the first person. It's her. When Bai Yuhai reached the end of his sentence, he pointed at Feng Tianwu, who was next to him with a smirk on his face. Now you have an hour. If you don't tell me after an hour, she'll definitely die. Bai Yuhai's tone was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. An hour. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. All right, I promise you. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yuhai and said in a deep voice after he glanced at Feng Tianwu, A wise man submits to circumstances. Feng Tong laughed before Bai Yuhai could say anything. Tell me, where's the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment? Even if I tell you, you won't know where it is. I can bring you there. Even at this moment, Duan Lingtian was reluctant to hand the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment over to Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong. However, he had no other choice but to stall for time. Perhaps he would be able to come up with a good idea while he was bringing them away. The most important thing now was to get Tian Wu out of Bai Yuhai's evil clutches. If Tian Wu was hurt because of this, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Lead the way, Bai Yuhai said calmly as he looked at Duan Lingtian after he sent Feng Tianwu flying with a wave of his hand. No. After Feng Tianwu was sent flying by Bai Yuhai, her beautiful face was completely pale. She reacted immediately, and her beautiful face changed. Her autumn eyes were suffused with scarlet red as she screamed in her heart. Elder brother Duan was going to bring them to retrieve the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment for her? She knew very well what the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment meant. No, I can't let them have their way. Kill them. Kill them. Chapter 1042. Boom! In an instant, Feng Tianwu's autumn eyes were dyed red. The flames on her body rose and emitted a scorching aura that swept out in all directions. The scorching aura swept out, causing the airflow in the air to become turbulent. It set off a series of slight air explosions and scorching wind. Whoosh! At the same time, the turbulent heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's had finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. What a powerful comprehension ability! Feng Tianwu's actions immediately attracted Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's attention. Both of them could not help but reveal a shocked expression. As martial monarch powerhouses, they could see that Feng Tianwu had only cast the fire concept. She did not even use a trace of origin energy. She had only used the fire concept to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 9th level advanced fire concept. If it was any other time when they saw a genius in the martial Tao that possessed such monstrous comprehension ability at such a young age like Feng Tianwu, they would surely fight to the death to take Feng Tianwu as their personal disciple. However, at this moment, their thoughts weren't on Feng Tianwu at all. To them, the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was more important. Tian Wu. Unlike Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong's calmness, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Feng Tianwu had mobilized and cast the 9th level advanced fire concept. Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Soon after, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Duan Lingtian, you can rest assured. As long as you lead us to the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, we won't make things difficult for this little girl, even if she attacks us. Feng Tong Yu Hai said indifferently. Feng Tong said indifferently. His tone was filled with condescension. He looked down on Feng Tian Wu from the bottom of his heart. He did not think that Feng Tian Wu had the strength to threaten him. In his opinion, even if Feng Tianwu had a good comprehension ability and had comprehended the 9th level advanced concept at such a young age. But so what? Could it be that he could threaten a martial monarch expert like him? Although Bai Yu Hai did not say anything, it was clear from the contempt in his eyes that he shared the same thoughts as Feng Tong. He was full of disdain for Feng Tianwu's strength and looked down on Feng Tianwu from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, as far as they were concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian's expression had changed drastically earlier and even cried out in shock was because he wanted to stop Feng Tianwu from making a move against them. He didn't want Feng Tianwu to end up being killed by them instead. However, was that really the case? As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, he saw the flames on Feng Tianwu's body rise again. They expanded and emitted an even more scorching aura, as if they could burn everything. Whoosh! At the same time, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air above Feng Tianwu's head and pierced into Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change again. Tian Wu, stop! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian panicked. He hurriedly flew out in an attempt to stop Feng Tianwu. However, at this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed as if she didn't hear what he said at all. The flames on her body continued to rise, and she was like a reborn flaming phoenix that was gradually awakening. Whoosh! At this moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head had also increased to 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. All of this did not stop because of this. Boom! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose again. The fire phoenix spread its wings and soared, causing the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head to change again. A total of 4,000 lifelike ancient horned dragons, silhouettes, wriggled down. It was the 3rd level monarch stage, fire profundity. Tian Wu, stop right now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, whose expression changed drastically, finally flew closer to Feng Tianwu, intending to stop Feng Tianwu. However, before he could get close to Feng Tianwu, he was sent flying by the scorching airwave that swept out from Feng Tianwu's body. It caused his internal organs to tremble. Although he was not injured, it explained the current situation. Unless Feng Tianwu allowed him to get close, it was impossible for him to get close to the current Feng Tianwu. Tian Wu, the fire spirit body's energy in your body is on the verge of exploding. You'll die if you don't retrieve the fire profundity in time. Duan Lingtian advised again. His tone was filled with anxiety. Fire spirit body. Duan Lingtian's exclamation did not only enter Feng Tianwu's ears, but it also entered Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tianwu's ears. Both of them instinctively turned to look at Feng Tianwu. With just a glance, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens, what did they just see? In the distance, the red-clad lady whom they did not take seriously earlier was standing there. Her entire body was shrouded in flames, as though she had transformed into a fire phoenix that would spread its wings and soar into the sky at any time. There were 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons gathered above the fire phoenix. The silhouettes of the 4,000 ancient horned dragons continuously attacked their eyes, causing them to be shocked. Impossible. At this moment, Both of them had the same thought in their minds. They were unwilling to believe it. The red-clad lady whom they did not take seriously earlier actually possessed such terrifying strength? Elder brother Duan, since the day I met you, you've been helping me. I've never helped you at all. Unknowingly, a 5-foot-long red soft sword appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand. The soft sword was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that Duan Lingtian obtained from Qingfeng Palace. Since he had a quasi-royal grade spirit sword, Duan Lingtian had given this sword to Feng Tianwu. Today was the first time Feng Tianwu used this sword to fight an enemy. Silly girl, you've never helped me before, but Uncle Feng has helped me a lot. You don't have to worry about this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and continued to advise, listen to me and withdraw the fire profundity now. Humph. As it turns out, she used the fire spirit body's energy to forcefully activate the fire profundity. That's the extent of her fire profundity. Bai Yu Hai, who had calmed down, studied Feng Tianwu seriously. Very soon, he discovered a clue from the restless flames on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body. He could see it. If Feng Tianwu continued to forcefully elevate her fire profundity, she would only end up exploding and dying. Even if she did not continue to elevate her fire profundity, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would explode and explode if she forcefully used the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity to fight an enemy. The strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons. She can only attack once, and she wants to fight us? She's overestimating herself. Since Bai Yu Hai could see through Feng Tianwu, Feng Tong, who is also a 1st level martial monarch stage powerhouse, naturally could see through Feng Tianwu's situation as well. He said disdainfully, Elder brother Duan, do you know? Ever since I found out you're the man in my destiny, I've been paying attention to you. I've been paying attention to your every move and your emotions. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Feng Tianwu's hand trembled. The flames on her body that seemed to have transformed into a fire phoenix began to surge as though it was brewing something. I don't know when it started, but I realized I've fallen deeply in love with you. My emotions fluctuate according to your emotions. I know you have 2 fiancés who you love the most. However, I don't ask for a title. I only hope to stay by your side forever. Even if I can't be by your side, I still hope to be able to see you from afar. Only in that way can my heart be fulfilled. In the beginning, I knew you rejected me, but I didn't care. It's fine as long as I can see you, even if there's nothing between us. Do you know? When you stopped rejecting me and would occasionally show me a loving smile, I was very happy. Elder brother Duan, perhaps we're not fated to be together in this lifetime, but I hope I'll be able to meet you before your 2 fiancés in my next life. If there's a next life, I'll definitely hold your hand tightly and never let go. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Her voice was not loud, but it entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Unknowingly, a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her beautiful face that was covered in tears. She finally said the words that she had hidden in her heart for a long time. Although it was a little late, there were no regrets. Tian Wu! Duan Lingtian stood in the air, and his body began to tremble violently. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to have such deep feelings for him. At this moment, he could not help but ask himself, did he really reject Feng Tianwu? Perhaps, in the beginning, he had intentionally distanced himself from Feng Tianwu because he was concerned about his 2 fiancés. However, in the end, he realized that Feng Tianwu's shadow had unknowingly appeared in his heart. Although it was not love, it could be considered as a seed of love. At this moment, the seed seemed to have taken root and sprouted, and it grew rapidly. I, Feng Tianwu, can die without regrets today for the person I love. Suddenly, Feng Tianwu's melodious voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically again. Tianwu! When Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu again, Feng Tianwu made her move. Feng Tianwu flew out. Her gentle eyes turned as sharp as a goshawk's as she looked at Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong. The flames on her body surged with killing intent. Whoosh! At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have transformed into a fire phoenix that was covered in flames. She flapped her wings and flew toward Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong. Feng Tianwu's speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not compare to her. Even though Duan Lingtian was trying his best to catch up to her, the distance between them was still widening. No. When Duan Lingtian saw the flames on Feng Tianwu's body surged and gave birth to an extremely sharp aura that seemed to be able to annihilate everything. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted anxiously. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body was showing signs of going berserk. Chapter 1043. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu charged towards Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong with the 5-foot-long flexible sword in her hand, as though she had transformed into a flaming phoenix. The flames on her body stirred and formed a brand new energy. To be more precise, it was another monarch stage profundity. The flames on Feng Tianwu's body suddenly surged and transformed into a sword-shaped flame. She no longer looked like a flaming phoenix, but a gigantic sword that was burning with blazing flames. Whoosh! The gigantic sword soared across the sky with an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Wherever it passed, the airflow would be compressed to the extreme and a series of thunderous explosions would be heard. As the explosions sounded, waves of airwaves swept out and transformed into gusts of violent wind that spread in all directions. It swept across the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. For a time, many doors and windows in the imperial palace were blown open as though they were forcefully pushed open by someone. Many people with low cultivation bases who did not stay in the palace were blown into the air by the strong wind. They were addicted to flying in the air. Flying was the privilege of martial artists who had stepped into the void prying stage and above. Ordinary martial artists could not do it. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace, there were only a handful of people who had stepped into the void prying stage. High up in the sky, Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong, who were originally disdainful of Feng Tianwu, inadvertently saw it. After the flames on Feng Tianwu's body transformed into a sword-shaped flame, the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head underwent a drastic change. 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were charging towards them with Feng Tianwu. The speed was so fast that it caused their expressions to change. Whoosh! Whoosh! They did not even have time to think as they hurriedly urged their strength to fly away in an attempt to dodge Feng Tianwu's attack that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. As the two of them dodged, 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads, respectively. They urged their strength to dodge Feng Tianwu's attack. Their faces were filled with anxiety as they dodged. Once Feng Tianwu attacked them, a single strike that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons would be enough to kill any one of them. In fact, even if they used their spirit weapons, the strongest strength they could exert was not even comparable to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition, Feng Tianwu was the one who struck first to gain the initiative. Once they dared to resist, they were destined to suffer. Therefore, they did not choose to face Feng Tianwu head-on. They only thought about how to avoid Feng Tianwu's menacing sword. The 5-foot-long red soft sword was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was now perfectly straight. It let out an ear-piercing sword hum as it charged towards Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong. Whoosh! As soon as Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong, the two first-level martial monarch stage powerhouses, dodged the 5-foot-long sword in Feng Tianwu's hand arrived. Just as Bai Yu Hai gathered all of his strength and prepared to flee, Feng Tianwu shook the 5-foot-long sword in his hand. It didn't contain any sword skill. Whoosh! Even so, it still pierced through Bai Yu Hai's throat easily. Ever since Bai Yu Hai saw the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by Feng Tianwu gathering the heaven and earth energy, he no longer had any intention to fight with Feng Tianwu. All he could do was flee. In such a hurry, even if Bai Yu Hai wanted to block Feng Tianwu's sword, it was destined that it would be too late. Poof! A bloody hole appeared on Bai Yu Hai's throat. Blood gushed out like a blooming red rose. His eyes dimmed in an instant. After a few moments, he was completely motionless. Dead. After Bai Yu Hai died, his body flew out due to inertia. After flying for several hundred meters, he finally fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the roof of a luxurious palace at the rear of the imperial palace. A loud thud resounded as his body turned into a pile of minced meat. The strongest powerhouse in a Nika sect, a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, died just like that. He died in Feng Tianwu's hands. Perhaps even Bai Yu Hai himself did not expect that he would die in the hands of a young woman in her 20s after living for so long. Moreover, he was killed in just one blow. Naturally, Feng Tianwu was able to kill Bai Yu Hai in just one blow because Bai Yu Hai did not have any intention to fight at all when she unleashed the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons and took the initiative to attack. If Bai Yu Hai had gone all out, even if he would still die, he would not have died in such a straightforward and cowardly manner. Although Bai Yu Hai was dead, the few people in the sky, including the Anika sect's elder, did not pay any attention to him. Everyone's eyes uniformly landed on the red figure standing in the air, causing the red figure to become the absolute focal point of the scene at this moment. At this moment, the sword-shaped flame on the red figure was trembling as though it would collapse at any time. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The red figure was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had used the third-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity to create the third-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity and unleash the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons to kill Bai Yu Hai in just one blow. However, Feng Tianwu's current situation was extremely bad. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could sense with his spiritual energy that the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body had completely collapsed and was running amok in her body. Feng Tianwu tried to suppress it, but she did not have the strength to do so. Since she was fully immersed in her body and forcefully suppressed the fire spirit body's energy that was running all over her body, her life was not in danger for the time being. However, she could not suppress it for long. Judging from the current situation, she could only hold on for 30 breaths at most. After 30 breaths, she would not be able to suppress the fire spirit body's energy anymore. Due to this reason, she did not dare to be distracted at all. Once she was distracted, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would completely lose control and explode in her body, blowing her into pieces. All of this was because Feng Tianwu had killed Bai Yu Hai earlier. As soon as she made her move, the fire spirit body's energy in her body completely exploded and was difficult to suppress. Naturally, she was destined to only kill Bai Yu Hai. Currently, she did not have the strength to fight the remaining martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong, and the two elders from Anika sect and North Nether sect. Based on the current situation, she only had two choices. First, she could die after 30 breaths. Second, she could die now. She chose the former. Naturally, this did not mean she was afraid of death, but she wanted to take a few more glances at the only man she had ever loved in her life before she died. She wanted to remember this man forever. Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry, I've tried my best. Feng Tianwu's face was pale as she tried her best to suppress the restless energy in her body. She lifted her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty. A hint of apology could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Initially, she had planned to kill Bai Yu Hai. Even if she had to risk her life, She would kill the 4 people from Anika sect and North Nether sect to help her elder brother Duan. However, she did not expect this at all. After she killed Bai Yu Hai, the fire spirit body's energy in her body went out of control, causing her to be unable to use her sword a second time to help her elder brother Duan. Silly girl. You're really silly. Duan Lingtian's eyes were red as his nose twitched. His body began to tremble, and his legs felt as though they were filled with lead. At this moment, his emotions were surging, and he could not calm down for a long time. How should he repay Tianwu for treating him so well? He could clearly see the situation in Tianwu's body with his spiritual energy. Don't even mention the fact that I've merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories. My ability is far inferior to the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was at his peak. Even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu was still alive, he wouldn't be able to help Tianwu even if he was at his peak. Duan Lingtian knew this very well through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories. At this moment, Feng Tianwu was the only one who could temporarily suppress the restless energy in her body. The energy that originated from the fire spirit body would become even more violent if an external force interfered with it. At that time, it would only speed up Feng Tianwu's death. Right now, Tianwu can only hold on for a little more than 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He wanted to help Feng Tianwu, but he could not do anything about it. 3rd level monarch stage, sword concept. I've underestimated you. However, the taste of the fire spirit body's backlash isn't pleasant, right? Feng Tong's voice resonated in the air when Duan Lingtian was still trying to figure out a way to help Feng Tianwu. His voice was cold. It was apparent that Feng Tong had also noticed Feng Tianwu's current condition. He knew Feng Tianwu was powerless to help. Feng Tong spoke as he flew toward Feng Tianwu. When Feng Tong stepped out, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. 1 profundity and 2 concepts followed him like shadows. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he locked his gaze on Feng Tianwu. Feng Tong. At this moment, a purple figure flew out and blocked Feng Tianwu's path. He stared at Feng Tong coldly. If you dare to attack her, don't even think about obtaining the Emperor stage profundity fragment for the rest of your life. Naturally, the person who blocked Feng Tong was Duan Lingtian. Scram! However, Feng Tong did not care about the threat in Duan Lingtian's words at all. He raised his hand, and a powerful force swept out. It sent Duan Lingtian flying, but it did not cause any harm to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it did not mean he was merciful. He just thought Duan Lingtian was still useful to him. Otherwise, he would have killed Duan Lingtian immediately to avenge Su Qing, the former strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. She must die today. Don't even think about threatening me. She's not the only one who's close to you. Feng Tong threatened as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly after he came to a halt. You. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. When Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tong walking towards Feng Tianwu step by step in the air, he was extremely furious. Chapter 1044. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was so emotional that he was on the verge of breaking down. When he saw Feng Tong retracting his gaze from him and looking at Feng Tianwu again, his expression turned extremely grave. He could not help but feel despair rising in his heart. When he saw Feng Tong walking toward Feng Tianwu in a leisurely manner, he immediately raised his hand. Duan Lingtian hurriedly lifted his hand and took out the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring. In a hurry, Duan Lingtian merged his origin energy with the Devil Seal tablet in an attempt to control it and devilify him. Subsequently, he infused his concept and spiritual energy into it as well. However, no matter how Duan Lingtian merged his origin energy, concept, and spiritual energy into the Devil Seal tablet, the Devil Seal tablet did not react at all. let alone devilify him. At this moment, Feng Tong had already arrived in front of Feng Tianwu. When he raised his hand, his origin energy stirred. His concept followed him like a shadow, causing the airflow in the surrounding air to compress, and set off a series of faint air explosions. Boom! Feng Tong raised his hand. His palm that contained the strength of 6,000 ancient, horned dragons landed on Feng Tianwu in a leisurely manner. As for Feng Tianwu, she remained calm in the face of Feng Tong's palm. It was as though her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. From the beginning until the end, she had been suppressing the fire spirit body's energy in her body with all her might. She stared at the purple figure in the distance with a blissful smile on her face. In this lifetime, she would not have lived in vain if she could die for the person she loved. No. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu's gaze. His heart trembled for no reason. It was as though a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was extremely painful. No, Tianwu can't die. Tianwu can't die. At this moment, Duan Lingtian roared hysterically. His emotions fluctuated so much that the purple robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as though a purple flame was dancing. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. At this moment, the Devil's Seal tablet in his hand finally showed signs of movement. Black energy that was suffused with a terrifying aura surged out endlessly and merged with the ancient words on it. In the blink of an eye, the black energy entered Duan Lingtian's body through his hand that gripped the demon's sealing tombstone. It spread throughout his entire body, including his soul in the depths of his mind. This scene was exactly the same as when Duan Lingtian faced the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort. At that time, the demon-sealing tombstone's black energy had entered his body and caused him to demonize. After demonizing, his strength had increased tremendously. None of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders were a match for him. This time, I can't be completely controlled by it. Duan Lingtian, who had learned his lesson from the Devil Seal tablet, took a deep breath and clenched his teeth to hold on. He tried his best to make his consciousness firmly control his body and prevent the energy that surged out from the Devil Seal tablet from overstepping its boundaries. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized how naive he was. With the invasion of the black energy, he could no longer control his body. As soon as the energy approached, the consciousness in his mind instinctively moved to the side like a mouse that saw a cat. It voluntarily gave up control of his body. At this moment, he could only try his best to maintain his consciousness. This way, he could slightly affect his demonized self. Crack! The energy in the demon's sealing tombstone instantly spread throughout Duan Lingtian's body. Almost at the same time, the hairband that held up Duan Lingtian's long black hair broke. His long black hair fluttered in the wind like black spirit snakes dancing in the air. After a while, Duan Lingtian's black hair turned purple. It looked extremely demonic. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian's eyes were now covered with a layer of red that exuded an evil aura. Purple hair and red eyes. At the same time, wisps of black mist surrounded Duan Lingtian's body. The mist seemed to contain a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding air to vibrate and explode. Boom! 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 The sudden sound of air exploding gave rise to waves of strong winds that were filled with a bone-piercing chill, causing Feng Tong, who was about to land his palm on Feng Tianwu, to involuntarily shiver and subconsciously withdraw his hand. Feng Tianwu had temporarily escaped death because of this. Then, Feng Tong turned around to look at the source of the bone-chilling wind. He was very curious. Who was it that could cause such a strong wind to strike fear in his heart? With just a glance, Feng Tong was dumbstruck. This is Duan Lingtian? Feng Tong was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the young man with purple hair and red eyes. Apart from his appearance and purple robes, the young man's eyes had turned red, and his black hair had turned purple. His long purple hair fluttered without any wind, like purple poisonous snakes dancing in the air. It was incomparably evil and gave people a formless sense of oppression. It was as though he had transformed into a peerless devil god. That was not all. Feng Tong also noticed that the black mist surrounding the purple-clad young man was the source of the bone-chilling wind. This isn't origin energy or concept. What kind of energy is this? As a martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong had a good eye. With just a glance, he could tell that the black mist surrounding Duan Lingtian was not simple. He could not see through it. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian, so she witnessed the entire process of the Duan Lingtian's transformation with her own eyes. She saw Duan Lingtian's black hair turn purple, and she saw Duan Lingtian's eyes turn red. She could tell. The reason Duan Lingtian had such a transformation was because of the mysterious chipped stone tablet in his hand. She had seen how mysterious and powerful the stone tablet was before. However, she felt that the current Duan Lingtian was extremely unfamiliar. It was as though he had changed into another person. He no longer looked like the Duan Lingtian from the past. She could not help but worry. Duan Lingtian, do you think you can scare people just because your hair and eyes have changed color? Ridiculous. At this moment, the Anika sect's elder sneered and charged toward Duan Lingtian. When Feng Tianwu killed their Anika sect supreme elder, he did not even dare to say a word. However, when he saw that Feng Tianwu seemed to be restricted from making a move, he immediately jumped up. Whoosh! The Anika sect's elder raised his hand, and a narrow saber that shone brightly appeared. The origin energy in it skyrocketed, and the concept followed like a shadow. He charged toward Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Above his head, more than 4,000 ancient horned dragons, silhouettes, charged out in an imposing manner. This Anika sect's elder was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts. He was also commonly known as a powerhouse at the peak of the void. The powerhouse at the peak of the void attacked Duan Lingtian with all his might. It was as though he wanted to slash Duan Lingtian into half with just one slash. Whoosh! Wherever the narrow saber that was filled with origin energy and concept passed, the airflow in the air would be split apart, and a series of saber humming sound would be heard. It was clear and ear-piercing, causing fear to rise in one's heart. The Anika sect's elder attacking Duan Lingtian was exactly what Feng Tong wanted. He had a feeling that Duan Lingtian, who had turned into a purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian, gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression compared to before. It was as though Duan Lingtian could threaten him. At this moment, he could finally witness Duan Lingtian's strength with his own eyes after the transformation. Feng Tong stared intently at the scene. Feng Tianwu stared intently at the scene. The North Nether sect's elder, who came with Feng Tong, also stared intently at the scene. Boom! In the face of the Anika sect's elder's saber attack, Duan Lingtian, whose purple hair fluttered and eyes were bloodshot, suddenly raised his hand and casually threw out a punch. In an instant, a gush of vast black energy swept out as though it had transformed into a black, raging dragon. The raging dragon charged out with earth-shattering might as it swept toward the North Nether sect's elder, who was charging at him with his saber. It was as though the dragon had opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow him whole. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether sect's elder and his saber were shrouded by the black energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's fist. His entire body was crushed into dust, and his spirit saber was broken and sent flying. Whoosh! After killing the North Nether sect's elder, the vast black energy that was like a raging dragon charged out of its lair with a force that seemed as though it could tear the sky apart. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The black energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's fist landed on one of the palaces in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace, and it was razed to the ground with ease. What a powerful energy! Upon seeing this scene, Feng Tong's eyes narrowed, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. He realized that his intuition was right. Kill! Suddenly, the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian spat out a word before he charged at Feng Tong. Humph! Faced with the current Duan Lingtian, although Feng Tong was wary, he was not afraid at all. The origin energy in his body surged, and his concept followed him like a shadow. He flew out to meet the Duan Lingtian head-on. The energy that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. However, in Feng Tong's opinion, he could still unleash that level of energy. Whoosh! However, faced with the current Duan Lingtian, Feng Tong did not dare to be careless. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared. It seemed as though it had transformed into a venomous snake as it charged at Duan Lingtian. When the venomous snake charged at Duan Lingtian, more than 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Die! Feng Tong's figure charged out with the sword in his hand. His speed was as fast as lightning. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, who was targeted by the sword in his hand. When he realized that his sword was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging, he could not help but smile. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, the smile on his face soon froze. Impossible! Feng Tong, whose figure was forced to stop along with the sword in his hand, narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. Disbelief was written all over his face. Heavens! What did he just see? Without any movement from the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian, who had turned into a purple-haired, red-eyed man, grabbed the sword in his hand that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 1045. Feng Tong was the strongest person in North Nether Sect. He was at the first level martial monarch stage. Even in the northern desert of the foreign lands, there was no one who could withstand a sword strike of his with his full strength with their bare hands. Yet now, in this remote little kingdom of Cloud Continent that didn't even have a few void prying stage martial artists, there was actually someone who was able to receive the sword strike he stabbed out with his full strength with their bare hands. In fact, his sword contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. However, it was still blocked by someone. Why, you're really Duan Lingtian? Feng Tong asked fearfully as he looked at the purple-clad young man with long purple hair fluttering in the wind and a pair of emotionless crimson red eyes. He could not believe it at all. Duan Lingtian, a void transformation stage martial artist whom he did not take seriously from the beginning until the end, was actually able to receive the sword of a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse with his bare hands. The reply Feng Tong received was Duan Lingtian's palm strike. To be more precise, it was Duan Lingtian's palm strike after he had been devilified. Boom! Duan Lingtian struck with his palm. The vast black energy seemed to have transformed into a black flood that drowned Feng Tong before he could even react. After the flood subsided, Feng Tong, who stood before Duan Lingtian, had strangely turned into a skeleton. His flesh and organs had completely disappeared. Feng Tong's skeleton was still holding his sword when he was still alive. One could vaguely see that there were 3 fragments inside the skeleton. 1 was a profundity fragment, and 2 were concept fragments. Smack! Suddenly, a soft sound reverberated in the air. Feng Tong's skeleton shook before it turned into dust that scattered with the wind. It completely disappeared from this world. Another martial monarch powerhouse had fallen. Only the profundity fragment and the concept fragment remained. 1 first-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment and 2 ninth-level Advanced Concept Fragments. The 3 fragments landed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. They were completely ignored by Duan Lingtian, who had been devilified. It was as though he did not care about the 3 fragments at all. Wah! The sound of someone spitting out blood alarmed Duan Lingtian. In the distance, the remaining North Nether Sect elder launched a sneak attack on Feng Tianwu. After the successful sneak attack, the first thing he did was flee. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, as if he had never appeared. Boom! At the same time, Feng Tianwu, who was injured to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood, suddenly erupted with the fire spirit body's energy that she had temporarily suppressed. For a moment, Feng Tianwu was shrouded in flames. Her jade-like skin now had some additional red spots on it. More and more red spots appeared, and when they combined together, Feng Tianwu's skin seemed to have turned into a fiery red color. The demonized Duan Lingtian had been eyeing Feng Tianwu covetously, intending to attack Feng Tianwu. All of a sudden, he shook his head. His crimson eyes gleamed as he muttered, Tianwu, 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 big, Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu felt her entire body was filled with heat. Even her soul felt as though it was being burned by the flames, causing her consciousness to blur. At this moment, she only felt her eyelids were fighting, and she really wanted to sleep. However, she knew very well that once she fell asleep, it would be impossible for her to wake up again. Duan, Duan, elder brother Duan, Feng Tianwu's consciousness gradually blurred. She felt as though she had been buried in a sea of fire. It would not be long before her consciousness was completely annihilated. Boom, 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 boom. The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose again and again. Every time it rose, it would cause the air to tremble and emit rolling heat waves. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian shook his head again before he flew out. In just a short moment, he was already in front of Feng Tianwu. As for the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body, it was as though he did not notice it at all. As he approached Feng Tianwu, he entered the area enveloped by the flames as though he was walking on flat ground. No matter how much the flames burned, they could not get close to the wisps of black mist that surrounded his body. Duan, elder brother Duan, I'm so sleepy. So sleepy. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was just inches away from her, and stretched out her hand with some difficulty. Her voice gradually weakened, and she could barely keep her eyelids open. Tianwu, the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian, was on the verge of losing his mind. However, a trace of his remaining consciousness allowed him to stretch out his hand and hold Feng Tianwu's hand. At this moment, a scorching and terrifying energy surged from Feng Tianwu's hand into Duan Lingtian's body after he had been devilified. It made him shudder, and he could not help but shudder. At the same time, the scarlet in Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually disappeared after he had been demonized. Not only that, but even his purple hair was also gradually losing its color and turning back to black. Before Duan Lingtian's consciousness completely disappeared, he clearly realized that the black energy in his body was black. When the scorching energy in Feng Tianwu's body surged into his, the black energy in his body also flowed into her body. It was equivalent to a mutual gift. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian completely lost consciousness. He had no idea what happened after that. He only had time to guide a gentle energy around himself and Feng Tianwu before he lost consciousness. It supported them as they slowly descended to prevent them from falling and injuring themselves. With their current height, if they were to fall while unconscious, they would definitely die. Duan Lingtian did not know how long he had been unconscious for. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in a luxurious room. The big, soft bed made him feel reluctant to leave. "Boss, you're finally awake." Duan Lingtian had just sat up on the bed when he heard a familiar voice. He could not help but look over. With just a glance, he saw a familiar figure. It was a big fatty, Li Xian. Li Xian was his childhood playmate. Later on, they even formed a deep brotherhood. "Fatty, what is this place?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Boss, this is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace," Li Xian said. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. That's right. If it wasn't the palace, how could it be so luxurious? Li Xian gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. He was not stingy with his praise. "Boss, aren't you too amazing? You actually killed the old man who led the group." When Li Xian said this, a smile bloomed on his face. Back then, he had been captured by one of the 3 people by the old man's side. He had always held a grudge against them. Now that the old man was dead, he felt joy and excitement from the bottom of his heart. "My mental energy feels like it's stagnating. Is it going to synchronize with my cultivation base? Is this a side effect of the Devil Seal tombstone?" Duan Lingtian quickly discovered this problem after inspecting his body. When he was first devilized by the Devil Seal tombstone, his mental energy, which was 2 levels higher than his cultivation base, was suppressed to a level higher than his cultivation base. Now he was being devilized by the Devil Seal tombstone a second time. He could clearly feel that his mental energy, which was 1 level higher than his cultivation base, was stagnating. In the future, as his cultivation base increased, his mental energy might not rise to a level higher than his cultivation base. Instead, it would synchronize with his cultivation base. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation stage, and his mental energy was at the 7th level void transformation stage. When his cultivation base broke through to the 7th level void transformation stage, his mental energy might not increase. Fortunately, my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, is long gone. Otherwise, the impact would be huge. Duan Lingtian was slightly relieved. If he could still use his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, now, once his mental energy synchronized with his cultivation base, his soul skill would undoubtedly become useless. "Where's Tianwu?" Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Li Xian and asked worriedly. He still remembered. Before he lost consciousness, Tianwu's situation was extremely bad. Her fire spirit body's energy was about to completely erupt. At that time, even a deity could not save Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought of this. Could something have happened to Tianwu? Duan Lingtian was slightly anxious. "Boss, don't worry. Sister-in-law is fine. Grandma Meng is taking care of her." Li Xian smiled. This time, Duan Lingtian did not blame Li Xian for addressing Feng Tianwu as sister-in-law. After what happened last time, he had tacitly accepted Feng Tianwu in his heart. He no longer rejected her. "Bring me to see her," Duan Lingtian said to Li Xian. There was a hint of anxiousness between his brows. This time, the reason Feng Tianwu faced a life and death crisis was all because of him, and it made him feel both touched and guilty. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed Li Xian to the place where Feng Tianwu was recuperating. On the way, Duan Lingtian found out from Li Xian that he had been lying in bed for an entire month. "What? I've been lying in bed for a month?" "Yes." Li Xian nodded. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and thought to himself, "The aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet are no joke. Fortunately, I fainted in the Imperial Palace this time. If I were to go somewhere else like last time, I would have died. After all, not everyone was as kind as Yi Xian." Finally, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu again. Feng Tianwu was still unconscious and showed no signs of waking up. "Grandma Meng, is my sister-in-law still unconscious?" Li Xian asked as he looked at Meng Ping. "No." Meng Ping shook her head. Duan Lingtian stood next to the unconscious Feng Tianwu. He extended his spiritual energy soundlessly and quickly investigated Feng Tianwu's condition. The energy from the fire spirit body in Tian Wu's body has been completely neutralized. Also, Tian Wu's cultivation base has improved so much. What the hell is going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. However, this was a good thing. HM? Chapter 1046. If Tian Wu's soul is not healed, it'll be difficult for her to wake up even if she wants to. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes, so he had a good understanding of the soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. Once it was injured, the impact would be great. Take Feng Tianwu's current situation as an example. Feng Tianwu's soul was injured. Although it was not enough to destroy her soul, it would affect her mind, causing her to be unable to remain awake. She could only lie on the bed like she was now and become a living dead. She could not wake up like a normal person. Of course, her body was healthy and full of vitality. Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently landed on Feng Tianwu's right hand. That hand was tightly holding a 5-foot-long red, flexible sword as though she was unwilling to let go even if she died. The red, flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing laid there, setting off Feng Tianwu's red clothes. It looked very harmonious. Although she hasn't woken up, she's holding that sword tightly from the beginning until the end. It's as though that sword is very important to her, and she's unwilling to let go subconsciously. Meng Ping noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and shook her head as she sighed. I really don't understand why she cares so much about that sword. It's as though it's a part of her body. Meng Ping's words made Duan Lingtian's heart tremble. He was the one who gave that sword to Tian Wu. Tian Wu, no matter what, I'll definitely heal your soul and wake you up. Duan Lingtian's gaze was filled with firmness and resolution. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it was not impossible to heal a soul injury like Feng Tianwu's. As long as one could find some rare treasures of heaven and earth on Cloud Continent, it could be healed. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, if Tian Wu consumes a large amount of royal-grade resurrection pills over a long period of time, there's still a chance for her soul to be healed. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian was sitting in front of the bed, staring blankly at the woman lying on the bed. His eyes and face were full of pity. When Meng Ping and Li Xian saw this, they glanced at each other before tactfully retreating and closing the door behind them. Tianwu! As Duan Lingtian stared the woman's peerless face that could cause the downfall of a nation, the image of the figure that looked like a fire elf who had forcefully activated the fire profundity in the past appeared in his mind again. Tian Wu was willing to sacrifice her life for him. In her heart, he was more important than her life. Duan Lingtian's heart was not made of stone. From the moment Feng Tianwu did not hesitate to sacrifice her life for him, his heart was touched. He even thought that if he and Feng Tianwu could survive, he would definitely not reject Feng Tianwu from 1,000 miles away. In the past, he had always wanted to let fate take its course between him and Tian Wu. Now it was time. Unfortunately, Tian Wu was unconscious due to the injury to her soul. The ending was not too perfect. Tian Wu, you don't have to wait for the next life. I'll treat you well in this life as long as you wake up. Duan Lingtian held Feng Tianwu's delicate hand tightly and said softly. His tone was gentle. This was a tone that he would only use in front of his 2 fiancées in the past. Now he had given a portion of his gentleness to Feng Tianwu. Currently, Feng Tianwu had a very important position in his heart. Duan Lingtian held Feng Tianwu's hand quietly. His eyes never left her beautiful face. It was the first time he was quietly sizing up Feng Tianwu like this. At this moment, for the first time, he felt Feng Tianwu was much more beautiful than before. In the past, He seemed to have overlooked many of her strengths. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was moved. He bent down and lowered his head, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Duan Lingtian kissed Feng, Tianwu's forehead. His eyes were filled with tender love. After he got up, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down. At this moment, he finally had the mood to think about other things. A month ago, I was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet. After I was devilified, I felt like I was dreaming. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he recalled the experience from a month ago. He still remembered. At that time, it was as though he had entered a wonderful dreamland. In the dreamland, the Anikasex elder who was at the peak of the void attacked him first. In the face of the Anikasex elder who had the strength of more than 4,000 ancient horned dragons, he only needed one punch to kill him easily. It was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Subsequently, the North Nethersex Supreme Elder Feng Tong attacked him. His sword slashed toward him as though it was assisted by the gods. On the other hand, he merely raised his hand casually and easily caught Feng Tong's sword that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. After I was devilified, I'm actually so powerful. That was a martial monarch powerhouse. A martial monarch powerhouse's flesh and blood was destroyed, and his bones were shattered by me with just one punch. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he recalled the dreamland. With just one blow, he caught Feng Tong's sword that he had used all his strength with his bare hand. He killed Feng Tong with just one punch. Although Feng Tong was only at the first-level martial monarch stage, he was still a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. He was not someone that could be compared to a martial artist at the peak of the void stage, let alone an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. Even so, he was still killed by him with just one blow. To be more precise, he was killed by him with just one blow after he was devilified. Devil Seal Tablet. What's this thing? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the mystery and power of the Devil Seal Tablet again. It was a mystery and power that he could not understand, and it shocked him. Moreover, I feel like the black energy I cast after I was devilified is exactly the same as the black energy Xiaoming cast before. However, after I was devilified, my strength was stronger than Xiaoming's. My attack was faster than Xiaoming's. Even if I killed Feng Tong, I didn't have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian thought about Xiaoming. Xiaoming, the traitor of the 7-star sword sect. He had crippled his Dantianan limbs and left him in a sealed inscription formation to fend for himself. However, Xiaoming had appeared again not long ago. Not only were his limbs intact, but he also possessed a powerful strength. Moreover, the strength he possessed was not origin energy or concept. It was as though it was some other kind of strength. That kind of strength probably doesn't belong to Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lifetimes, but he could not find any record of that kind of strength. In the end, he came to this conclusion. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Other than this, he could not think of any other reason. Moreover, Xiaoming was called a human puppet by that powerhouse who claimed he came from outside Cloud Continent. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought about the powerhouse who gave Xiaoming a new life. He felt a headache when he thought about that powerhouse. That powerhouse's origin was mysterious, and it was related to many things that he could not figure out at all. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. When I have the ability to leave Cloud Continent in the future, all these mysteries will naturally be revealed. Before that, it's useless to think about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he continued to think about it, he would undoubtedly think about his cheapskate father, Duan Rafeng, and the sword saint Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword in the Cluster Mountain Gorge in Xiong Quan's hometown. Whether it was his cheapskate father, Duan Rafeng, or the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, Both of them had a certain connection with the mysterious world outside Cloud Continent. I remember that after I killed Feng Tong, that North Nethersex elder sneakily attacked Tianwu. When Duan Lingtian recalled this, his eyes instantly turned crimson red. Waves of terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. The killing intent wreaked havoc, causing the entire room to fall into a purgatory. Boom! At the same time, Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up. The strength in his feet skyrocketed as he stomped on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the floor of the room. The cracks spread out like a gigantic spider web. Boom! 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 For a moment, the room that Duan Lingtian was in was on the verge of collapsing due to the force that swept out from his feet. Even the bed that Feng Tianwu was lying on began to sway from side to side. Crack! Soon after, the foot of the bed broke and the bed collapsed. The unconscious Feng Tianwu was flung off the bed. Tianwu. Seeing Feng Tianwu being flung off the bed, Duan Lingtian's crimson eyes finally regained their clarity. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and caught Feng Tianwu. He held her horizontally in front of his chest as though he had just obtained a treasure. Feng Tianwu's delicate body was soft in his hands, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to stir. The desire that he had not felt for a long time was on the verge of erupting. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Little Tian." At this moment, two figures broke through the door and looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. However, when they saw that the entire room was in shambles and the wooden bed that had collapsed, a hint of horror appeared on their faces. It was as though a great battle had just taken place here. "Boss, this is—" Li Xian swallowed hard as he stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. "It's nothing. I've just been lying here for a month, so I wanted to move my limbs a little." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already calmed down. He shook his head and replied, "Moved his limbs a little?" The corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Meng Ping had a strange expression on her face. "What's going on? Why did I feel so agitated when I recalled the scene of Tian Wu being ambushed earlier?" A chill ran down Duan Lingtian's spine when he recalled the earlier scene. At that moment, he felt as though his emotions were no longer under his control. It was as though someone else had taken control of his body. His agitated emotions were constantly magnified. "It seems like my emotions have become even more uncontrollable after being devilified by the Devil's Seal tombstone for the second time." Soon after, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason. He still remembered. Back then, when he was devilified by the Devil's Seal tombstone for the first time, his emotions had become slightly out of control. He was easily irritable. Chapter 1047. Now he was certain of one thing. Every time the Devil's Seal tablet devilified Duan Lingtian, the aftereffects would worsen. If I use the Devil's Seal tablet a few more times, won't I be controlled by my emotions? Duan Lingtian could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought of this. "That's right. Boss, His Majesty asked me to pass these to you." At this moment, Li Xian took out a few spatial rings and a pile of fragments from his spatial ring and passed them to Duan Lingtian. Among the pile of fragments, there were two that stood out the most. They were the profundity fragments that came from Bai Yu Hai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, and Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether sect. As for the profundity fragment from Tongshan, the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect, Duan Lingtian had taken it along with his spatial ring after he killed him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect His Majesty to know how to retrieve these fragments from their bodies." Martial artists above the void transformation stage would have concept fragments in their bodies. Although this was common knowledge, Duan Lingtian was still surprised that someone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom knew about it. It's said that His Majesty ordered their bodies to be cremated. His Majesty thinks these things are not simple, so he asked me to pass them to you after you woke up." Li Xian chuckled. Duan Lingtian finally understood. It seemed like even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor did not know what a concept fragment and a profundity fragment were. It made sense when he thought about it. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor knew the value of these concept fragments and profundity fragments, he would definitely ask for 1 or 2 fragments from Duan Lingtian. "I'll take these 2 fragments and the spatial ring. As for the rest, I'll leave them to you and the divine Might Marquis estate." Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took the 2 profundity fragments and the spatial rings from Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong's bodies. He did not take the concept fragments. "Leave them to me and the divine Might Marquis estate?" Li Xian was stunned. He did not know what Duan Lingtian meant. "Little Tian, could it be that these things aren't simple?" At this moment, Meng Ping, who stood beside Li Xian, asked with a surprised expression, "Grandma Meng, since you're the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow Sect, and the Flying Rainbow Sect is a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, could it be that you haven't heard of concept fragments?" Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Ping with a puzzled expression and asked, "Concept fragment?" Duan Lingtian's words were like a thunderclap that resounded out, and it shocked Meng Ping to the point she was dumbstruck. She only recovered from her shock after a long time, and she gasped for breath as she asked, Little Tian, you said these are concept fragments?" Meng Ping asked in astonishment as she looked at the pile of fragments in Li Xian's hand that flickered with various colored energies. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "These are concept fragments. Moreover, they're concept fragments of extremely high grade. As long as you comprehend the corresponding concept, you can use them to quickly elevate your concept to the void transformation concept. They really are concept fragments." Although Meng Ping had never seen a concept fragment before, she had read about it in some of the ancient books in her sect. She knew it was something that was born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse. No. In next to no time, Meng Ping shuddered as she seemed to have recalled something, and she revealed an astonished expression as she looked at Duan Lingtian. "Little Tian, according to my knowledge, concept fragments can only be nurtured within the body of a void transformation stage powerhouse." You mean those mysterious powerhouses are all void transformation stage powerhouses? Meng Ping's eyes narrowed as she spoke, and her breathing quickened again. "That's right." Duan Lingtian nodded. For a time, not only was Meng Ping stunned, but even Li Xian was dumbstruck. These things are born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse. Meng Ping's words echoed in Li Xian's ears as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. His heartbeat quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. Void transformation powerhouse. What kind of powerful existence was that? Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Darkstone Empire had never heard of a void transformation powerhouse. It was said that even in the Dark Han dynasty, void transformation stage powerhouses were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Li Xian knew his boss was powerful. Even so, he did not expect his boss to be able to kill a void transformation powerhouse. He originally thought his boss was only respected among the younger generation in the Dark Han dynasty. However, it seemed like his boss could even kill a void transformation powerhouse. Looks like, even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, I'm afraid there are not many people who can defeat my boss. Li Xian guessed. If Li Xian knew, the owners of the pile of concept fragments in his hands could easily annihilate the entire Dark Han dynasty by themselves, so perhaps he wouldn't think like this. "Boss, Grandma Meng, what's the use of these concept fragments?" Li Xian could not help but ask curiously as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. He subconsciously felt that these things that came from the body of a void transformation powerhouse were not simple. Soon after, Li Xian found out what a concept fragment was and what its use was from Meng Ping. It can help a martial artist to raise their concept quickly, similar to a spirit fruit to raise one's cultivation base. Li Xian's eyes lit up. His breathing that had calmed down became rapid again. The fat on his body and face trembled along with his emotions. Only now did he realize the value of the pile of fragments in his hand. "Boss, are you really going to leave these concept fragments to me and the divine Might Marquis estate? You don't want them for yourself?" Li Xian took a deep breath and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "There's no need." Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at Meng Ping with an apologetic smile. "Grandma Meng, I'm afraid I have to leave now. Please help me bid farewell to Grandfather Nya, Uncle Nya, and Brother Nya." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Meng Ping and Li Xian's response, Duan Lingtian disappeared before their eyes with Feng Tianwu. It was as though he had never appeared. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Meng Ping and Li Xian could not react in time. When they finally regained their senses, they smiled wryly. "Boss, left again. I really don't know when I'll see him again," Li Xian said with a long face. "Looks like little Tian doesn't plan to say goodbye to them this time." Meng Ping sighed. She could guess the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian planned to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom immediately. As for why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry to leave, she had no idea. However, she could vaguely guess that it had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's sudden departure had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Although Tianwu's soul is only injured and her body is fine, it's not suitable for her to be exposed to the air for too long. It's best if she has the 1,000-year frost to protect her body. Of course, it'll be best if she has the 10,000-year frost. After Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Sky Kingdom with Feng Tianwu in his arms, he headed in the direction of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. "I'll look for Xiong Quan first." He planned to look for Xiong Quan, whom he and Feng Tianwu had left behind a few days ago. During their journey, Duan Lingtian continued to observe the situation in Feng Tianwu's body with his spiritual energy. The fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body has been completely suppressed. Moreover, the fire spirit body's energy has merged with her origin energy, causing her cultivation base to have a huge breakthrough. The fire spirit body's energy doesn't seem to have been completely exhausted. It's still working with Tianwu's origin energy according to the cultivation method's route. Tianwu's cultivation base is still rising rapidly. Soon after, Duan Lingtian gained certain understanding of Feng Tianwu's condition. Feng Tianwu was only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage earlier. However, after the suppressed fire spirit body's energy merged with her origin energy, it helped her raise her cultivation base rapidly. The increase was even more exaggerated than consuming a spirit fruit. In just a month's time, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th level void interpretation with the help of the suppressed fire spirit body's energy. Based on this trend, it's only a matter of time before Tianwu breaks through to the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian could easily see this. However, how did the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body get suppressed? Soon after, Duan Lingtian frowned. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, there were only 2 ways for a possessor of the fire spirit body, like Tianwu, to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in her body. Only by completely suppressing the fire spirit body's energy would she be able to guarantee that she would not be devoured by the fire spirit body's energy when she was 30 years old. There were 2 ways. First, find a possessor of the water spirit body or the ice spirit body. Moreover, the possessor must be a male. After the yin and yang harmonization, the possessor could suppress the fire spirit body's energy in their body. Second, after one's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage. One could rely on the void transformation stage's origin energy to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in their body. However, the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body isn't suppressed through these two methods. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recalled what happened a month ago. I remember before I completely lost consciousness, the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body seemed to have entered my body and repelled the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. Before I lost consciousness, I regained control of my body. Before I regained control of my body, a wave of black energy seemed to have surged out of my body after I was devilified and rushed into Tian Wu's body. Could it be that this energy suppressed the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this matter. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. It seems like the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body was indeed suppressed by the energy that surged out of my body after I was devilified. I can't believe the person who helped Tian Wu break free from the shackles of the fire spirit body's 30-year lifespan was really me. Chapter 1048. Duan Lingtian still remembered. That year, when he first came to the Darkstone Empire, he went to Phoenix Nest City and happened to encounter Feng Tianwu holding the groom search competition at the entrance of the city governor's estate. The groom search competition that time was organized by Feng Wu Dao for Feng Tianwu. There was only one purpose. It seemed to be because of some prophecy. It was to find the man in Feng Tianwu's destiny. It was said that man could help her break the curse of the innate spirit body that would definitely die at the age of 30. At that time, Duan Lingtian only thought it was nonsense, although all the clues pointed to him. But now he had no choice but to believe the prophecy because the prophecy had come true. It was indeed him who helped Feng Tianwu break the shackles of the innate spirit body's destiny. Feng Tianwu was not even 30 years old. The energy of the fire spirit body in her body was suppressed and transformed into a part of the energy in her body that urged her origin energy to rapidly raise her cultivation base. It was precisely because of that prophecy that allowed Tian Wu to meet me. As for what happened after that, everything seemed to be logical. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he recalled the past. Perhaps the fate between him and Feng Tianwu had quietly begun when he first met Feng Tianwu. At that time, the gears of fate had already tightly locked them together. The last time when he went from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Lingtian had slightly suppressed his speed because he had to take care of Feng Tianwu. This time, his speed had increased by more than one level when he carried Feng Tianwu. Therefore, he quickly returned to the small city that was closest to the Xiong family's village. After arriving at the small city and returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiong Quan was still cultivating. It was as if he did not know he had left with Feng Tianwu. This time, Duan Lingtian woke Xiong Quan up. "Young master." When Xiong Quan heard Duan Lingtian's call, he immediately woke up from his cultivation. He opened the door and respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. "Xiong Quan, let's go to the Dark Han dynasty." Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan didn't ask any more questions and left with Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was taken away by Duan Lingtian after his meridians and marrow cleansing. Even though he had barely recovered his void prying stage cultivation base and was able to fly, his speed was still too slow. At the very least, he was too slow in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu horizontally and brought Xiong Quan all the way towards the Dark Han dynasty's capital. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. "Young master, young Lady Tianwu is—" On the way, Xiong Quan could not help but ask curiously when he saw Feng Tianwu did not move even after being carried by Duan Lingtian horizontally for a long time. Something happened to Tianwu. She might be unconscious for a while, Duan Lingtian said. He knew very well that it was almost impossible for Feng Tianwu to wake up before her soul was healed. Fortunately, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had reached the stage where she could not eat. She could survive without eating anything. However, the most important thing right now was to find the 1,000-year frost or the 10,000-year frost. Only in this way could Feng Tianwu's body be better preserved. She would not be affected by some external factors, and something bad would happen. Xiong Quan nodded. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he did not continue to ask. He was a smart person. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. A few days later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Dark Han Dynasty's capital with Xiong Quan. The first thing he did was to go to the Dark Han Dynasty's palace. He stood in the air and spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian is here for a visit. Duan Lingtian's voice was like thunder. It reverberated in the entire Dark Han Dynasty's palace. Duan Lingtian is here. The entire palace was in an uproar. Presently, so long as it was someone from the Dark Han Dynasty, there wasn't a single person that didn't know Duan Lingtian. The person who won first place in the martial competition organized by the Dark Han Dynasty had participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by the forces of the foreign lands. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was the glory of the Dark Han Dynasty. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had defeated the young powerhouses from the other 9 great dynasties and brought glory to the Dark Han Dynasty. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, there were some people in the palace who had a grave expression on their faces. These people included the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the few Dark Han Dynasty's old princes. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that their cultivation base was able to break through to the void transformation stage. It could be said that they were indebted to Duan Lingtian. However, they had no choice but to betray Duan Lingtian when 3 groups of powerhouses came to visit earlier. They told the 3 groups of powerhouses about Duan Lingtian's origin. They felt guilty about this. Duan Lingtian is still alive? Soon after, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the few old princes gathered together. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Any one of the 3 groups of powerhouses who came to look for them was so powerful that even if they joined forces, they were no match for them. The 3 groups of powerhouses who came to the Dark Han Dynasty to look for Duan Lingtian did not come with good intentions. However, they allowed Duan Lingtian to survive? Don't tell me he's here to denounce us. I think so. Indeed, we're in the wrong. However, how did he survive the 3 groups of powerhouses? Perhaps the 3 groups of powerhouses did not do anything to him. Impossible. Many of the 3 groups of powerhouses had killing intent in their eyes when they mentioned Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to let Duan Lingtian go. The few of them discussed among themselves. In the end, they had to admit that Duan Lingtian survived the 3 groups of powerhouses and came to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital, the Imperial Palace. I'll go alone. All of you protect His Majesty. One of the old princes, who was Zishang's master, said to the other Dark Han Dynasty's old princes after taking a deep breath. Imperial uncle. Horror dawned on the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's fine even if Duan Lingtian is here to denounce us. He might not be as strong as I am. The old prince smiled. He did not wait for the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's reply before he flew toward the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air with Feng Tianwu in his arms. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as though they could see through everything. Not long after, he saw a familiar figure soar into the sky and arrive in front of him in a moment. Zishang's master? Duan Lingtian recognized the old man in front of him immediately. The old man could be considered as an old acquaintance of his. However, although the old man had a relationship with Zishang, he had never helped Zishang deal with him. At the very least, he did not think so. Therefore, he had no ill intentions toward the old man. Duan Lingtian, when did you return from the Blade sect? The old man asked in a friendly manner as he forced a smile on his face. I just returned a while ago. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Old Prince, I'm here to ask for a favor from the imperial family. I'm sure it won't be difficult for the imperial family. You're a hero of the Dark Han dynasty. As long as it's within the imperial family's power, we'll help you. Tell me, the old man said. At the same time, he secretly sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not here to denounce him. Although he seemed to be very confident in front of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor earlier, he could not help but feel slightly perturbed in his heart. He really did not dare be certain that he could defeat the current Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a monster. From the dynasty martial competition to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's improvement with his own eyes. The last time he saw Duan Lingtian was when Duan Lingtian decided to join the Blade sect. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's strength would definitely increase after joining the Blade sect. It was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to surpass him. A monster could not be judged by common sense. Moreover, there were 3 groups of powerhouses who went to look for Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian was still alive. He had a feeling that something was not right. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless when he faced Duan Lingtian. He treated him with caution. I'm here for one thing. I wonder if the imperial family has the 10,000-year frost? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at the old man. 10,000-year frost. The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The 10,000-year frost was ice that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. It would not melt even if it was burned by an ordinary flame, a low-grade pill fire or a weapon fire. A small piece of 10,000 years old glacial ice could quickly calm a person's restless mind, allowing them to enter a better state of cultivation, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. One could imagine how precious the 10,000-year frost was. He himself had a cushion made from a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Usually he would take it out and use it when he couldn't calm down to cultivate. Duan Lingtian, after you joined the Blade sect, I wonder how strong you are now. The old man did not answer Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he asked this question. Naturally, he did not ask this question on a whim. He wanted to know how strong Duan Lingtian was now. He wanted to know if the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family was willing to give him the 10,000-year frost. This was because even the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family did not have much 10,000-year frost in stock. Why? Does the old prince want to see if I'm qualified to obtain the 10,000-year frost? Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. He could easily tell what the old man was thinking. The old man was a little embarrassed when Duan Lingtian pointed it out. However, he did not deny it. If I'm not mistaken, the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family seems to have benefited a lot from the Skywolf Fort and the Blade sect because of me, right? Duan Lingtian said calmly, I think the 10,000-year frost is not as valuable as the benefits you guys obtain because of me, right? The old man was even more embarrassed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not say anything. Since the old prince wants to see how strong I am now, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 1049. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and shouted coldly. At the same time, the anger in his mind continued to spread and grow. The aftereffects of the Devil's Seal tablet affected Duan Lingtian imperceptibly. Boom! The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, a wave of vast energy swept out and targeted the old man in front of him. It was so fast that it was even faster than lightning. *T. The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the old man realized that something was amiss. His heart could not help but rise to his throat. At this moment, when he saw a wave of energy that even he could not see with his naked eyes gushing out of Duan Lingtian's body, his eyes instantly narrowed. Fear was written all over his face. Run! Without any hesitation, the old man immediately moved. He wanted to quickly escape from the attack range of Duan Lingtian's energy. However, could he escape? Duan Lingtian attacked in anger. Even without the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the energy that was transformed from his origin energy and various concepts was equivalent to the strength of 2,700 ancient horned dragons. Dealing with a first-level void transformation martial artist who had just comprehended the first-level void transformation concept was no different from using a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken. That was the truth. Boom! The energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have transformed into a wave of vast, multicolored flames. At the moment when the old man was about to move, he was completely drowned in it. Boom! 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 Wherever the multicolored flames passed, the sound of air exploding continuously sounded like thunder. It swept through the entire Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace. Rumble! 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 In the end, the energy that seemed to have transformed into multicolored flames covered the majestic palace in the middle of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace and instantly razed it to the ground. Not only that, but there was also a bottomless pit where the palace had been. The pit was so big that it was enough to bury thousands of people. Young master is so powerful. Xiongquan, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, witnessed the old man in front of Duan Lingtian being obliterated by the multicolored energy surging out of Duan Lingtian. Apart from a spatial ring and a concept fragment, there was nothing else on the old man's body. Not even a speck was left. Young master, are you all right? At the same time, Xiongquan looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Just now he had sensed it. When his young master took a step towards the old man, a terrifying power surged out of his body. His young master's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he felt that his young master had changed, becoming extremely unfamiliar. It was as if he had turned into a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out of hell. Duan Lingtian, whose body was emitting waves of terrifying killing intent, gradually regained consciousness after hearing Xiongquan's call. At this moment, he only felt a little dizzy. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. Cold, sweat broke out on his forehead. Earlier, I only wanted to show him my current strength so that the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family would obediently hand over the 10,000-year frost. However, I didn't expect that I would be controlled by my emotions and kill him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. All he could feel was numbness on his scalp. For the first time, the aftereffects of the Devil's Seal tablet terrified him from the bottom of his heart. When he was devilified by the Devil's Seal tablet for the first time, he felt that his emotions had become more agitated. In the end, he confirmed that it was the aftereffects of the Devil's Seal tablet. However, at that time, he could still easily suppress his agitated emotions, so he did not take it to heart. However, after being devilified by the Devil's Seal tablet for the second time, he could no longer control his emotions. He realized that as long as he was slightly angered, his emotions would go out of his control. His anger would be magnified, and he would even do some extreme things. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. After the Devil's Seal tablet devilified me, it gave me the power to kill an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. However, the price to pay for all of this is extremely high. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy. The Devil's Seal tablet was like a double-edged sword, killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own. Moreover, he had an intuition. If he allowed the Devil's Seal tablet to devilify him again, he would lose control of his emotions. In the end, he might lose himself and turn into a killing machine. If it's not necessary, I must never use the Devil Seal tablet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and made up his mind. To him, the Devil Seal tablet was no longer a life-saving straw. It might even suppress his consciousness and turn him into a killing machine controlled by his emotions. So what if he's dead? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian casually put away the spatial ring and concept fragment of the old man, the Dark Han dynasty's old prince, into his spatial ring. He hated ungrateful people the most in his life. Earlier, the Dark Han dynasty's old prince had spoken as though they would not hand over the 10,000-year frost unless he was strong enough to suppress the entire Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. I've obtained many spirit weapons, pills, and even concept fragments for the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Now, I only want the 10,000-year frost that's not as valuable as the items they obtained from Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect. How dare he refuse me? Duan Lingtian's face was filled with anger again. The murderous aura on his body was rising again. Young master! Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Xiong Quan shouted again. His face turned even gloomier. Damn it! The after-effects of the Devil's Seal tablet have worsened to this extent. It seems like I have to suppress my emotions if it's not necessary. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the after-effects that the Devil's Seal tablet brought to him. It was completely out of his control. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill my imperial uncle? Soon after, a furious voice shot up into the sky. A figure covered in a golden dragon robe appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression on his face. It was the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. At this moment, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, there was a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. He had clearly witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian killing the old man with just a single blow. He knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian since he was not as powerful as the old man. Your Majesty. At this moment, another 2 old men shot up into the sky and arrived next to the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with dread on their faces. Their faces were pale. How long has it been? And there are so many void transformation martial artists in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy instantly probed the Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the other 2 old men's cultivation base. He chuckled before his voice gradually turned low. However, have all of you forgotten? Who's the main reason all of you managed to break through to the void transformation stage today? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he mocked. He was afraid he would be controlled by his emotions again, so he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart to prevent it from spilling out. Otherwise, he was really worried he would be controlled by his anger again and kill the 3 void transformation martial artists from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family in front of him. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor's face turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The other 2 Dark Han dynasty's old princes were embarrassed as well. Naturally, the person who contributed the most was the purple-clad young man standing in front of them, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Finally, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor opened his mouth and said coldly, I admit that we managed to break through to the void transformation stage mainly because of you. However, this doesn't mean you can kill the people from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family as you wish. Kill as I wish? Duan Lingtian smiled. Your Majesty, it seems like you don't know the reason behind this, right? Don't you think it's a little arbitrary to accuse me of killing the people from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family if you don't know the reason? Huh. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even the 2 old men standing next to him were looking at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on their faces. They only saw Duan Lingtian killing the old prince from afar. They did not know what happened between the old prince and Duan Lingtian. Today, I came here to ask for the 10,000-year frost from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. However, that old man changed the topic on purpose. Moreover, based on his words, it seems like you'll only give me the 10,000-year frost if I'm strong enough to suppress the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word as he patiently recounted what had happened earlier. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor's expression changed immediately. As for the other two old men, they felt their faces burning. In their opinion, even if they offered up all the 10,000-year frost that the imperial family had stored, it would only be a fraction of what Duan Lingtian had done for the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Although the 10,000-year frost was precious, they did not use much of it. Most of the time, they kept it at the bottom of the treasure vault. However, the benefits that Duan Lingtian had obtained for them allowed them to break through to the void transformation stage. It had fulfilled their long-cherished wish. Now, esteemed Dark Han dynasty's emperor, do you still think I'm wantonly slaughtering the members of your Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly as he narrowed his eyes. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor remained silent for a long time because he knew he was in the wrong. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually darkened. Duan Lingtian, the imperial family is in the wrong. It's not your fault. The two old princes standing next to the Dark Han dynasty's emperor panicked when they saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression and recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. Yes, it's not your fault. As for the 10,000-year ice you want, you can take it from our treasury now. The two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family panicked. Chapter 1050. The two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family led the way while Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu, who was still unconscious. Xiong Quan followed closely behind. Who's this lady? At this moment, the two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family finally noticed the red-clad lady in Duan Lingtian's arms. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. She must be Duan Lingtian's confidant. Both of them only glanced at Feng Tianwu, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, before they looked away. They were afraid that they would vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. The two old men who had lived for more than half of their lives were like mice that saw a cat when they faced Duan Lingtian. Although they felt aggrieved, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. In this world where the strong were respected, whoever had the hardest fist would be the boss. They knew they were no match for this young man who was not even 30 years old, so they could only admit defeat. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan followed the two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family into the Dark Han dynasty's treasure vault. There were many treasures stored inside. One must admit that the Dark Han dynasty's treasure vault was huge. The items inside were extremely rare. It was far more valuable than the treasure vault in the Darkstone Empire that Duan Lingtian had entered before. It made sense when one thought about it. One was a dynasty, while the other was an empire under the rule of a dynasty. Naturally, there was no comparison between the two. The 10,000-year frost is here. One of the old princes' voice came from the back of a side palace in the treasure vault. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention, and he could not help but fly over. Soon after, he brought Xiong Quan into the side palace. As soon as he entered the side hall, Duan Lingtian felt an icy cold and bone-piercing aura assault his face, causing him, who was completely unprepared, to be unable to refrain from shuddering, and he hurriedly used his origin energy to protect his body before blocking out the cold air. Next, he saw a high platform made entirely of translucent ice standing beside the old prince, who was also holding up an elemental energy shield. The cold aura was coming from the platform. The high platform was divided into two levels, one layer on the outside and one layer on the inside. If one looked carefully, they would find that although the platform was sparkling and translucent, the color of the outer layer was not as deep as the inner layer. The difference between the two was huge. The outside is the 1,000-year ice, and the inside is the 10,000-year ice. The old prince said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if no one reminded him, he could easily tell the difference between the 1,000-year frost and the 10,000-year frost with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara. The cold air was coming from the 1,000-year frost. To be precise, not all of it came from the Millennium Frost. Some of it came from the 10,000-year frost, and then from the Millennium Frost. Of course, without the 1,000-year frost as a restraint, the 10,000-year frost would be even more terrifying. It could freeze a person with a low cultivation within 100 meters into an ice sculpture. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian hugged Tianwu with one hand and raised his other hand to form a palm blade. He slashed out continuously. Whoosh! 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 6 lightning-like blade beams shot out in a row and landed on the crystal-clear platform in the distance, which was made up of the 1,000-year frost ice and 10,000-year frost ice. Soon after, the outer layer of the 1,000-year frost broke off and fell to the ground with loud noises. At the same time, the 10,000-year frost finally revealed its true form. Not only that, but as the 10,000-year frost ice broke away from the 1,000-year frost ice, an even more terrifying chill swept out and spread in all directions. Duan Lingtian did not move at all. The Dark Han dynasty's old prince had a solemn expression on his face. He tried his best to form an origin energy light shield to block the cold aura. Crack! As for Xiongquan, the elemental energy barrier on his body was instantly shattered by the cold air, and the overwhelming cold air invaded his body, causing him to feel his entire body stiffen from the cold. Xiongquan! In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Xiongquan had turned into an ice sculpture. Moreover, his life force was still fading away. If nobody came to save Xiongquan, he would definitely die in a dozen breaths at most. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, gusts of green wind appeared and twined around Xiongquan's body. It formed a barrier that blocked the cold aura that continued to attack Xiongquan. Whoosh! Subsequently, strands of raging flames were born within the green gale. As soon as the flame appeared, it twined around Xiongquan, who was frozen into an ice sculpture like gangrene. Subsequently, it melted the ice around Xiongquan's body and entered his body. The flame was the fire concept that Duan Lingtian controlled. Naturally, it did not affect Xiongquan at all. In just 3 breaths, Duan Lingtian activated the fire concept and easily expelled the cold aura from Xiongquan's body, allowing him to return to normal. Thank you, young master. Xiongquan hurriedly thanked Duan Lingtian after he inhaled sharply with lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, there was a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, he further felt the gap between him and his young master. He only felt like he was a burden following his young master. After expelling the cold aura from Xiongquan's body, Duan Lingtian's origin energy surged out of his body without reservation. It transformed into a light shield that enveloped Xiongquan. Xiongquan was instantly protected. He no longer had to worry about being attacked by the 10,000-year frost's cold aura. M6 level void transformation stage. The Dark Han dynasty's old prince, who had just entered the side palace, and the old prince, who was originally in the side palace, stared blankly at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Those silhouettes of ancient horned dragons caused them to be unable to help but be dumbstruck. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's strength was. At the same time, they were glad that they did not offend Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive even if they had 10 lives. 6th level void transformation stage. Xiongquan narrowed his eyes as he looked above Duan Lingtian's head when he heard the 2 Dark Han dynasty's old prince's exclamation. Although he knew his young master was strong, he did not expect his young master to be this strong. The 6th level void transformation stage was not far from the martial monarch stage. A 6th level void transformation stage martial artist who's not even 30 years old. I'm afraid he's as rare as a phoenix's feather and a cheilant's horn in the entire cloud continent, right? Xiong Quan thought to himself as his heart jolted. Buzz, 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 buzz. Soon after, the three of them, including Xiong Quan, heard the sound of saber whistling. They could not help but look in the direction of the sound. They noticed that as Duan Ling Tian's palm saber continued to sweep out, the thick 10,000-year frost quickly turned into an ice coffin. Whoosh! As Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, the lid of the ice coffin flew up and hovered in the air. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian suddenly shook his other hand that was holding Feng Tianwu. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force as she slowly fell into the ice coffin. The lid that was hovering in the air finally fell and closed after her entire body fell into the ice coffin. Through the crystal clear ice coffin, one could see a beautiful red-clad lady lying quietly inside. One could see the cold air surrounding the red-clad lady's body, but it could not penetrate her body. If one looked closely, one could see it. The red-clad lady's body was covered in red mist and white mist. It seemed to have formed a barrier that completely blocked the cold air from the 10,000-year frost. It was the protective energy that was automatically released from the red-clad lady's body. With Tian Wu's cultivation base at the 9th level void interpretation and the origin energy that has been fused with the fire spirit body's energy, not only will she not be attacked by the cold air while lying in the ice coffin made from 10,000-year-old frost, she'll be able to cultivate better. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It was a satisfied smile. At this moment, the two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family finally realized that Duan Lingtian needed the 10,000-year frost to make the ice coffin for the red-clad lady. However, they were puzzled. It was obvious that the red-clad lady's vitality was extremely strong. Why would Duan Lingtian hide it? Naturally, they did not dare to ask even though they were puzzled. I also need some materials to inscribe inscriptions and set up inscription formations. The Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's treasure vault has them. Is it all right if I use them? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the two old princes. No problem, no problem. The two old princes hurriedly waved their hands. Just take whatever you need. That's right. It doesn't matter even if you empty the treasure vault. The two old princes did not have any objections to Duan Lingtian, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void transformation stage. They did not dare to have any objections. Therefore, the rest of the matter was simple. Duan Lingtian began to select the materials before he began to inscribe and set up the inscription formation. Apart from inscribing the selected materials, Duan Lingtian also had to inscribe inscriptions on the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in to set up inscription formations. The first inscription formation was used to suppress the cold air on the ice coffin so that it would completely disappear. The second inscription formation was a defensive inscription formation. It allowed the ice coffin to have a strong defense. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, the defensive inscription formation he inscribed could only block the attack of an ordinary martial artist below the 7th level void transformation stage at most. If a martial artist above the 7th level void transformation stage attacked, the ice coffin would still be destroyed. The third inscription formation was a killing formation. It was the only killing formation that Duan Lingtian could set up with his current spiritual energy. To be more precise, it was the only killing formation in the rebirth martial emperor's memory that he could set up now. It was impossible for a single inscription to kill a martial artist who had entered the void. Chapter 1051. Naturally, the lethality of the killing formation, formed by the inscriptions inscribed by Duan Ling Tian's current spiritual energy, was limited. It could only kill martial artists below the 7th level void transformation stage. The killing formation that Duan Ling Tian set up could not kill martial artists at the 7th level void transformation stage or above. It was not powerful enough. The power of an inscription formation was closely related to the spiritual energy of the inscription master who inscribed and set it up. Both were indispensable. My current spiritual energy is still too weak. I can only inscribe higher-level inscriptions and set up higher-level inscription formations when my spiritual energy is powerful. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. However, he knew there was nothing he could do about it. I can only raise the level of the inscription formation after my spiritual energy has improved in the future. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he glanced at the ice coffin that was hovering in the air under his control. Xiongquan, let's go! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished muttering to himself, he called out to Xiongquan and raised his hand to guide the ice coffin toward the side of the side palace's wall. The ice coffin seemed to have transformed into a crystal-clear lightning bolt. Boom! Wherever the ice coffin passed, the airflow would surge as it pierced a huge hole in one of the side palace's walls. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan flew out as well. Whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian flew out, he guided the ice coffin and Xiong Quan as well. The three of them transformed into 3 bolts of lightning and disappeared before the eyes of the 2 Dark Han dynasty's old princes in just a blink of an eye. The 2 old men's mouths twitched when they saw the huge hole in the wall. Is this really a specially reinforced wall? One of the old men asked in a daze. It said that even a 9th level void interpretation martial artist would need at least half an hour to break through the wall. The other old man said in a daze, no wonder. He's a 6th level void transformation powerhouse. I wonder how much stronger he is compared to a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. In the end, the 2 old men realized the truth before their eyes. They could only smile wryly. Whoosh! 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 After the 3 bolts of lightning left the treasure vault in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace, they did not leave the imperial city. Instead, they went to the Zhang clan's estate. Big Brother Zhang. After arriving at the Zhang clan's estate, Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice reverberated in the air. There was a commotion in the Zhang clan's estate. Soon after, a figure flew over like a bolt of lightning and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was a young man who seemed to be in his middle age. Brotherling, what happened to Tian Wu? The person was none other than Zhang Shouyong. As soon as he appeared, he instantly noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. It was the ice coffin who would carry an ice coffin around with them. Soon, Zhang Shouyong saw a person lying in the ice coffin, and it was someone he was extremely familiar with. His expression changed for a moment. Something happened to Tian Wu. She will be unconscious for a while. Although Duan Lingtian said it casually, Zhang Shouyong could sense it was not a simple matter. However, since Duan Lingtian did not say anything, he did not probe further. Through the ice coffin, he could see the origin energy that was constantly emanating from Feng, Tian Wu's body. It formed a protective layer to resist the cold. The origin energy that was constantly pulsing was enough to show the vitality in Feng, Tian Wu's body. Brother Lingtian, you finally came to the capital. Since you're here at our Zhang clan's estate, why don't you stay for a while? Zhang Shouyong invited passionately. Tian Wu can also rest well. Big Brother Zhang, there's no need for that. I came here to ask you if you and sister-in-law plan to return to the Blade Sect. If you want to go back, I can send you back and then go do my own thing. When Duan Lingtian explained the purpose of his visit, there was a hint of eagerness in his tone. He was eager to bring Feng Tianwu to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. As long as he obtained the royal grade resurrection pill left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he might be able to help Feng Tianwu heal her soul. Naturally, it was only a possibility. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, a large number of royal grade resurrection pills were needed to heal an injured soul. However, there were not many royal grade resurrection pills left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He did not know if it would be enough. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian wanted to give it a try. Moreover, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's great treasure was originally his next stop. Brother Ling Tian, Cheonger and I won't be returning to the Blade sect for the time being. I plan to stay and accompany her to every corner of the Dark Han dynasty before we go to the other 9 great dynasties. A doting smile appeared on Zhang Shouyang's face when he mentioned Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian nodded. If that's the case, we'll take our leave first. Then, without waiting for Zhang Shouyang's reply, Duan Lingtian brought the ice coffin with Feng Tianwu lying on it and Xiongquan. It was as though they had transformed into 3 bolts of lightning as they headed toward the northern desert. Along the way, everything was calm and peaceful. Naturally, it was mainly because Duan Lingtian was flying too fast with the ice coffin and Xiongquan. They left a trail of dust in their wake, causing the bandits to avoid them. They realized that Duan Lingtian was not a pushover, so they did not dare to provoke him. Just like that, Duan Lingtian entered the northern desert again. Soon after he arrived at the first city he went to when he first came to the foreign lands, the ancient desert city. At the same time, it was also the territory of the Skywolf Fort. Initially, he came to the ancient desert city to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by the Skywolf Fort. Whoosh! A soft sound came from the spacious restaurant. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a crystal-clear ice coffin flew into the restaurant and floated in front of a table by the window. At the same time, 2 people appeared at the table. One of them was a purple-clad young man who sat down while the other was a middle-aged man who stood behind him. That's an ice coffin? Look at the texture of the ice coffin. It seems to be made of 10,000 years old ice. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man's identity is not simple to be able to find a huge piece of 10,000 years old ice that can be used to make an ice coffin. The customers in the restaurant discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Xiongquan, sit down and eat. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiongquan. Young master, I'm not hungry. Xiongquan stood behind Duan Lingtian obediently. He had no intention of sitting down. What? You're not going to listen to me anymore? Duan Lingtian said calmly. Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, it was like a sudden clap of thunder in Xiongquan's ears. He was so shocked that he shuddered and hastily sat on the other side of the table without any hesitation. Immediately after, Xiongquan called the waiter and ordered a table full of dishes. After the table was filled, Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan began to sweep through the food. Before long, the 2 of them were almost done eating. Just as the 2 of them were about to pay the bill and leave, an ice coffin made of 10,000 years old ice? Accompanied by a surprised voice, a figure approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked up and down at the ice coffin floating beside Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he was directly ignored by the person. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was a middle-aged man. He had a noble look on his face and obviously came from an extraordinary background. However, what attracted Duan Lingtian's attention the most was his attire. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this attire. There was a wolf head emblem on his chest, and the wolf's eyes were bronze in color. A disciple of Skywolf Fort. The most surprising thing was the 2 old men following behind the middle-aged man. The 2 old men wore badges with the head of a gray wolf on their chests. The pupils of the gray wolf were all silver. The two old men were obviously the elders of Skywolf Fort. A disciple of Skywolf Fort was protected by two elders of Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian immediately realized that this disciple of Skywolf Fort was not simple. At the very least, his background was not simple. Xiongquan, let's go. However, even if he realized that this person's background was not simple, Duan Lingtian had no intention of staying. After calling out to Xiongquan, he took the lead and walked out of the restaurant. The ice coffin followed him wherever he went. What a beautiful woman! At this moment, the disciple of Skywolf Fort saw the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. His eyes were filled with lust and greed when he saw the red-clad lady's peerless appearance. He could not wait to take her for himself and keep her as his exclusive property. Soon after, the disciple of Skywolf Fort noticed that Duan Lingtian was dragging the ice coffin out of the restaurant. "Stop right there!" Instantly, the Skywolf Fort's disciple flew out to block Duan Lingtian's path at the first possible moment, and he said with a cold voice, "Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly put my cousin down. Otherwise, this young master will make you leave this place horizontally." The words of the Skywolf Fort's disciple had practically confirmed the fact that Duan Lingtian wanted to abduct his cousin's sister. "Cousin!" Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard the disciple of Skywolf Fort's words. He knew what the disciple of Skywolf Fort was trying to do. However, he ignored the disciple and said coldly, "Scram! You have a death wish, boy." The Skywolf Fort's disciple had never been yelled at like this before, and his face couldn't help but go grim. After he shouted furiously, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept pounced towards Duan Lingtian like a shadow. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian smirked in disdain when he saw the disciple of Skywolf Fort's thunderous attack. He raised his hand and casually threw a punch. Whoosh! The punch that seemed as if it possessed the help of the gods seemed to have transformed into a sledgehammer before the Skywolf Fort disciple could even touch the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes, and it fiercely descended onto his lower abdomen. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The disciple of Skywolf Fort was sent flying. The origin energy in his dantian leaked out without any reservation. It was as though a balloon had been punctured. Boom! The disciple of Skywolf Fort fell heavily on the ground. He only regained his senses after he felt dizzy for a while. When he realized that his dantian had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian's punch, his face flushed red. His eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "How dare you destroy my dantian? You're so cruel. You're so cruel." Cruel? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he didn't take seriously. Chapter 1052. Whoosh! The ice coffin flew out of the restaurant under Duan Lingtian's guidance. Just when Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan along to follow up, two figures blocked their path. They were precisely the two old men who followed behind the Skywolf Fort's disciple. They were the two Skywolf Fort's elders. "Kill him! Kill him!" At this moment, the Skywolf Fort's disciple shouted hysterically at the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Early on, when Duan Lingtian crippled the Skywolf Fort's disciple's dantian, the expressions of the two Skywolf Fort's elders had already turned grim as they realized that they were going to suffer misfortune this time. They thought they had failed to protect the Skywolf Fort's disciple. The Skywolf Fort's disciple was not an ordinary person. Both of their faces turned grave when they heard the Skywolf Fort's disciple shout. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. Without wasting any time, the origin energy in their bodies skyrocketed. Their concepts followed like shadows as they charged at Duan Lingtian. Boom! Boom! The two Skywolf Fort elders were 4th-level Void Transformation stage martial artists that had comprehended 4th-level Void Transformation concept. Even if they didn't utilize spirit weapons, they were still capable of drawing out a shocking phenomenon of the heavens and the earth when they attacked. When the two palms that were filled with origin energy covered the sky and the earth like palm leaf fans as they descended towards Duan Ling Tian. In the sky above their heads, there were thousands of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that charged towards Duan Ling Tian together with them in an imposing manner. Boom! 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 When both of their palms descended on Duan Ling Tian like they were covering the sky and earth, it was no surprise that a series of air explosions were set off in the air, causing gusts of violent wind to wreak havoc in the entire restaurant. This young man is dead for offending the people from Skywolf Fort in the ancient desert city. That Skywolf Fort's disciple whose Dantian was destroyed is protected by two Skywolf Fort's elders. It's obvious his identity is not simple. I'm afraid he's doomed. With his age, it's impossible for him to fight back against the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Everyone in the restaurant, without exception, had their robes fluttering in the wind. Many people with lower cultivations even squinted their eyes. Currently, the gazes that most people shot at Duan Ling Tian seemed to contain a sense of pity. However, in the next moment, the pity in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs reverberated in the air like thunder in the restaurant's ears. They were shocked when they saw what happened. In the face of the two Skywolf Fort's elders' palms that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons, the purple-clad young man did not dodge at all. He struck out with both of his palms as though they had transformed into two lightning bolts. Before the two Skywolf Fort's elders' palms landed on his body, his palms had already landed on the two Skywolf Fort's elders' lower abdomens. That was where the Dantian was located. In the next moment, the two Skywolf Fort's elders were sent flying like arrows and landed on the ground with a loud crash. They were rolling on the ground in pain with cold sweat dripping down their backs. My origin energy. My origin energy. You're so ruthless. You're so ruthless. Subsequently, everyone was able to hear the miserable shrill cries of the two Skywolf Fort elders that were on the verge of hysteria. He destroyed the dantians of the two Skywolf Fort's elders? Everyone in the restaurant was dumbfounded. When they regained their senses, they felt their scalps go numb. Then they looked at Duan Ling Tian in a completely different light. This young man, who looked at most 25 years old, had the strength to destroy two Skywolf Fort's elders. This shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. After making his move, Duan Ling Tian did not look at the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Instead, he walked out of the restaurant with a cold expression on his face. Wherever he passed, the onlookers in the restaurant would step aside and make way for him. Xiong Quan followed closely behind him. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian controlled the ice coffin as he brought Xiong Quan along and flew out of the ancient desert city. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon as though they had never been there. Not long after Duan Ling Tian left, whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air outside the restaurant. Then, as though he had transformed into a lightning bolt, he entered the restaurant. What's going on? The person who entered was an old man with a dignified expression. When he saw the three Skywolf Fort's elders lying on the ground, his expression changed drastically. It's the Deputy Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant saw the Skywolf's head badge on the old man's chest. The eyes on the Skywolf's head were golden, indicating the old man's identity. In Skywolf Fort, other than the elusive Fort Master, only the 5 Deputy Fort Masters were qualified to wear the Skywolf's head badge. Deputy Fort Master. At this moment, the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders who were lying on the ground helped each other up. They lowered their heads in shame in front of the old man. Humph. The old man snorted coldly. After glaring at the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders, he took a few steps forward and helped the disciple of Skywolf Fort up. Gina, are you all right? Uncle, avenge me! Avenge me! When the disciple of Skywolf Fort saw the old man, it was as though he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He said with grief and indignation, "It's Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu." At this moment, someone in the restaurant recognized the old man. Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu? The leader of the 5 Deputy Fort Masters in Skywolf Fort, who's only below the elusive Fort Master? That's him. I've long guessed that the disciple of Skywolf Fort, who's protected by the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders, is not a simple person. I didn't expect him to be Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. That young man is too bold. He even dared to destroy the Dantian of Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. The people in the restaurant soon found out the identity of the old man and the disciple of Skywolf Fort, whose Dantian was destroyed. They were all shocked. "Jeaner, your Dantian was destroyed?" Luo Fu's expression changed drastically when he heard the whispers in the restaurant. He hurriedly infused his origin energy into the person in front of him to test him. Soon he confirmed it. "Who did this?" Luo Fu's eyes gleamed coldly. The energy in his body rolled out, causing the restaurant to be swept up by the wind again. Some of the people with lower cultivation base were directly blown to the ground. "I don't know." The disciple of Skywolf Fort shook his head and said with a gloomy expression, "But I don't think he's too far away." Whoosh! As soon as the disciple of Skywolf Fort finished his words, Luo Fu disappeared before the eyes of the people in the restaurant. In the north of the ancient desert city, Duan Lingtian was rushing with the ice coffin and Xiongquan. Initially, he could leave the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was sleeping in and bring the royal grade resurrection pill back to save her after he found the reincarnation emperor Wu's great treasure. However, Duan Lingtian was worried about leaving the ice coffin behind. In his opinion, he would only feel at ease if the ice coffin was in a place where he could see it. Tian Wu had become like this because of him. He did not want her to suffer any more harm. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stopped moving. "Young master, what's wrong?" Xiongquan looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. In the next second, Xiongquan got his answer before Duan Lingtian could reply. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in front of him, and a figure appeared out of thin air before him. It was an old man. How powerful! Xiongquan's eyes narrowed. The old man must be quite powerful to be able to appear out of thin air before him. However, it made sense when he thought about it. This was the foreign realm. He would not be able to capture the movements of a martial artist above the void interpretation stage. "Duan Lingtian, it's you." The old man was Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, who had just rushed over from the ancient desert city. After leaving the restaurant, he asked the people outside and found out that the person who crippled his nephew was heading north. Therefore, he chased after him. However, he did not expect the person who crippled his nephew would be Duan Lingtian, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he saw the old man in front of him. This vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was the only vice fort master who did not chase after him. He had seen him at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. "Duan Lingtian, why did you cripple my nephew's Dantian?" Luo Fu took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. If it was someone else who crippled his nephew's Dantian, he would have killed that person at lightning speed. However, the person standing in front of him was Duan Lingtian, an existence that he could not help but fear. "Your nephew!" Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he reacted. "You're talking about that Skywolf Fort's disciple." Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. Just like he said, what ability did a mere Skywolf Fort disciple possess to be able to make 2 elders of Skywolf Fort protect him? At that time, he knew the person's background was not simple. As it turned out, he was right. That disciple from Skywolf Fort was the nephew of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Since he's your nephew, I think you should know him well. Do you think he started the conflict between me and him, or me? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Luo Fu was stunned when he heard this. Naturally, he knew his nephew well. Ever since he came to Skywolf Fort 20 years ago, he had not been a person who knew his place. No matter what, your strength far surpasses his. He's no threat to you and the people around you. Don't you think you've gone overboard by crippling his dantian? Luo Fu asked in a deep voice. Overboard. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within, and he asked word by word in a deep voice. If someone speaks rudely and blasphemes your woman, what will you do? Luo Fu's expression changed slightly. He finally noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. The figure in the ice coffin attracted his attention. It was a woman in red with peerless beauty. Feng Tianwu, Blade Sect's disciple. Although he was not the one who hosted the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort, he had heard of Feng Tianwu and had seen Feng Tianwu at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, he knew the relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian was not ordinary. Senior Feng Tong from North Nether Sect didn't look for you. Chapter 1053. Naturally, this was only true for Duan Lingtian. From Luo Fu's point of view, he had asked this question after careful consideration. All of this was based on the fact that he had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had the mysterious Miss Shui Nai backing him up. Unless he could kill Duan Lingtian without leaving any traces behind, he would not dare to touch Duan Lingtian at all, unless he had a death wish. Today he had undoubtedly encountered an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian without leaving any traces behind. Perhaps many people in the restaurant today knew about the conflict between his nephew and Duan Lingtian, but none of them knew that the person who had the conflict with his nephew was Duan Lingtian. Even he only found out that the person who had crippled his nephew's cultivation base was Duan Lingtian after he caught up to him. For this reason, if there were no accidents, nobody would know even if he killed Duan Lingtian now. It was precisely because he was worried that there would be accidents that he had asked such a question out of the blue. This was because some time ago, Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether Sect, had come to Skywolf Fort and asked the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, including himself, about Duan Lingtian's background. During this process, he could feel the cold killing intent in Feng Tong's eyes. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. Don't tell me that not only did Duan Lingtian kill the Azumo Sect's disciple in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, but he also killed the North Nether Sect's disciple? And now, the people from North Nether Sect are here to seek revenge from him? This was his first thought at the time, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Initially, he thought that since the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse had personally made a move, as long as Duan Lingtian was really in the Dark Han dynasty and the powerhouse from the North Nether Sect found Duan Lingtian, it was almost certain that Duan Lingtian would die. And now Duan Lingtian was alive and well. Therefore, he wanted to confirm something. Duan Lingtian wondered if he had met Feng Tong, the martial monarch of the North Nether Sect. If they had met before, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian had a strong cultivator protecting him in the dark. Otherwise, how could he have survived the attack of a martial emperor from the North Nether Sect? If he didn't, it could only be attributed to Duan Lingtian's luck. He, on the other hand, would kill Duan Lingtian without leaving a trace to avenge his nephew. He had to be cautious about this matter, because if he was not careful, he would very likely fall into a bottomless abyss. I hope it's the latter. When Luo Fu thought of this, He stared at Duan Lingtian intently, waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Senior Feng Tong from the North Nether Sect didn't look for you? Upon hearing Luo Fu's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and his face darkened slightly. The two people from the North Nether Sect found out the exact location of my hometown from the Skywolf Fort. Two people from the North Nether Sect. Two people. Luo Fu was completely certain of Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian must have met the martial monarch from the North Nether Sect, because when the martial monarch from the North Nether Sect arrived at the Skywolf Fort, there was another person with him. If Duan Lingtian did not meet the two people from the North Nether Sect, how could he say there were two people on the other side? However, when Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the coldness in his voice made Luo Fu's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. They found out about your origin from the Blade Sect and came to the Skywolf Fort to confirm it. Luo Fu used the Blade Sect as a shield as he spoke. He was really worried Duan Lingtian would ask the hidden powerhouse, who was not afraid of the North Nether Sect's martial monarch, to make a move in a fit of anger. If that happened, he would definitely die. Humph! Duan Ling snorted coldly and looked at Luo Fu deeply before he continued to fly north. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ice coffin in which Feng Tianwu was lying and Xiongquan were also brought along by him. Luo Fu, who was drenched in cold sweat, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 streaks of light disappear into the north. He still had lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, the expert hiding in the dark didn't attack again. After muttering to himself, Luo Fu moved and disappeared on the spot as he returned to the ancient desert city. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was flying north at full speed, only slowed down after half an hour. Although he was not afraid of the earlier encounter, he was still slightly fearful. He was not afraid because he knew what he was going to do. Luo Fu was the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. His strength was far from what he could compare to now. However, if he risked using the Devil Seal tablet, it would be easy for him to kill his opponent. In order to protect Tianwu, he did not mind using the Devil Seal tablet again, even if the outcome was that his emotions would be out of his control, and it was very likely that he would turn into a devil. Tianwu is willing to sacrifice her life for me. I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to become a devil for her. This was Duan Lingtian's thought. She's willing to die for me, and I'm willing to become a devil for her. I have no regrets. Naturally, he would not use the Devil Seal tablet if he did not have to. Due to this reason, he could not help but feel a little fearful when he thought about what had happened earlier when he escaped without using the Devil Seal tablet. North Nether Sect's Feng Tong. Unknowingly, he saved me once. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not hard to imagine. If Feng Tong knew what had happened to Duan Lingtian and that he had unknowingly saved Duan Lingtian, he would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. Young master, where are we going now? On the way, Xiongquan could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian. We can't go to the place we're going to for now. The most important thing now is to find a map of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian replied. Among the maps of the Cloud Continent, the one that covered the largest area he had ever seen was the Northern Desert and its surrounding areas. In the entire Cloud Continent, this small place was only a corner that wasn't worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian could not confirm where the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had hidden the great treasure from a map like this. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to find a more complete map. Only then would he be able to confirm the exact location of the great treasure left behind by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Only then would he be able to retrieve it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiongquan nodded as though he understood. If we can't find what we're looking for in the Northern Desert, then we can only continue to head north. Duan Lingtian continued. Currently, he did not know where he was on Cloud Continent. However, he could sense that the general location of the center of Cloud Continent should be north of the northern desert. He just did not know if it was in the northeast or northwest. Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan along and guided the ice coffin all the way north. Along the way, whenever they came across a city, Duan Lingtian would patiently stop and enter the city to see if he could find a general map of Cloud Continent. On the other hand, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had returned to the restaurant in the ancient desert city. He didn't say anything before bringing along his nephew and the 2 elders of Skywolf Fort to directly leave the restaurant and return to the Skywolf Fort's base. "Uncle, how is it? Did you kill him?" Luo Jin, a disciple of Skywolf Fort, asked Luo Fu with a hopeful expression. Luo Fu sighed when he heard this. Luo Jin's expression changed when he saw this. He said anxiously, "Uncle, don't tell me you didn't manage to catch up to him? It seems like he must have changed his direction at the last minute. How despicable." Luo Jin scolded Duan Lingtian for being despicable when he reached the end of his sentence. "I caught up to him." Luo Fu said, "You caught up to him?" This time, apart from Luo Jin, even the other 2 elders of Skywolf Fort looked at Luo Fu in confusion. They wanted to know why Luo Fu sighed earlier. Did Luo Fu manage to kill the purple-clad young man or not? "Yes, I caught up to him." Luo Fu nodded and shook his head under the expectant gaze of Luo Jin and the other 2 elders of Skywolf Fort. "However, I didn't kill him." Luo Jin's expression changed when he heard Luo Fu's words. Dissatisfaction could be seen in his eyes. The other 2 elders of Skywolf Fort frowned. They could sense that something was amiss. As far as they knew, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a merciful person. Furthermore, this time, even his nephew's Dantian had been destroyed. He caught up to the culprit, but did not kill him? This puzzled them no matter how they thought about it. Why? Luo Jin looked at Luo Fu with dissatisfaction and said angrily, "Uncle, why didn't you kill him? Why?" If it was someone else who dared to speak to him like this, as the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu would have killed him long ago. However, this person happened to be the son of his only family member in this world. He was the son of his biological sister. "Jiner, it's not that I didn't kill him. It's that I can't kill him and I don't dare to." Luo Fu sighed and explained his concerns. He also revealed the identity of Duan Lingtian. "What? He's Duan Lingtian." The 2 elders of Skywolf Fort were shocked. Duan Lingtian was a familiar name to them. All those years ago, the person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by their Skywolf Fort was Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not stay in Skywolf Fort. Originally, the name Duan Lingtian had been gradually forgotten by them. However, a piece of news that came not long ago stunned them. The 20 most outstanding youths of Skywolf Fort were all killed by Duan Lingtian. At first, they thought it was just a rumor. However, along with the passage of time, they didn't see the strongest 20 people in the younger generation of Skywolf Fort, and those 20 people seemed as if they'd vanished into thin air. Chapter 1054. Uncle, he's Duan Lingtian. Why don't you kill him? He made a name for himself through the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort. However, he chose to join the Blade Sect. He deserves to die. Luo Jin did not expect the person who crippled his cultivation base would be Duan Lingtian. He could not help but clench his teeth as he spoke. He was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Of course, I want to kill him. However, all of you only know one of the reasons. As for the reason, it's a long story. In short, you can just pretend that today's incident never happened. Luo Fu was frustrated as well. However, he had to be wary of the powerhouse hiding beside Duan Lingtian. It was because of that powerhouse that he did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. According to his judgment, since that powerhouse could fight the North Nethersex martial monarch powerhouse, he must be a martial monarch powerhouse as well. Even if he and the entire Skywolf fort were added together, they would not be enough to fill the gap between that powerhouse's teeth. After he finished speaking, Luo Fu flew away without waiting for Luo Jin and the other 2 Skywolf fort elders to reply. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before their eyes. It was as though he was never there. Sigh. At this moment, the 2 Skywolf fort elders looked at each other before they sighed and left as well. If the vice fort master could not avenge them, it was even more impossible for them to avenge themselves. At this moment, Luo Jin was the only one left. As if this never happened, Luo Fu's words echoed in Luo Jin's mind. His face turned gloomy and ugly. Impossible. Even if I have to return to that man's family and use up his promise to me, I'll never let that Duan Lingtian go. I, Luo Jin, will kill you, Duan Lingtian, even if I have to sacrifice everything. Luo Jin muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Heading north, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at the northern region of the northern desert. This was also an area where the North Nether sect was the sole dominating force. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the last city in the northern part of the northern desert and continued to search for the map of the Cloud Continent. Shopkeeper, the area covered by your map is too small. Is there a map that covers a larger area? In a bookstore in the city, Duan Lingtian asked the shopkeeper. Sir, this is the largest map I've ever sold in my shop. The bookstore manager smiled bitterly. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was greatly disappointed. He immediately turned around and walked out, preparing to meet up with Xiong Quan, who was waiting for him outside the city, and continue heading north. Customer. Duan Lingtian had just stepped out of the bookstore when he heard a voice calling out to him from behind. Duan Lingtian halted his footsteps and looked at the source of the voice. It was the shopkeeper who called out to him. He could not help but ask curiously, Is there anything else, shopkeeper? Customer, I heard some people say that the second elder of the Zhang clan has obtained a map of the Ruo Shui River. Perhaps you can look for him. The bookstore manager said. Ruo Shui River? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Of course. He was familiar with the Ruo Shui River. It was a river that divided the Cloud Continent into the outer land and the inner land. The inner land was also known as the central region of the Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses there. Void transformation stage martial artists were everywhere, and void interpretation stage martial artists were as common as dogs. In that place, second-rate forces were nothing, let alone third-rate forces. Third-rate forces were like cannon fodder there. They were not worth mentioning at all. In my memory, the reincarnation Emperor Wu left the great treasure in the inner land. It's located on the side of the Ruo Shui River. If I know the exact map of the Ruo Shui River and my current location, it won't be difficult to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was moved. Shopkeeper, is the Zhang clan a clan in this city? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. However, the second elder of the Zhang clan is one of the best inscription masters in our city. He has a strange temper. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the map from him. Inscription master? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. After leaving the bookstore, Duan Lingtian followed the shopkeeper's instructions and successfully arrived at the entrance of the Zhang clan's mansion. The Zhang clan was one of the most powerful clans in the city. It was said that there was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist in the clan. Their strength was only second to the third-rate forces in the northern desert. I'm looking for Elder Zhang. At the entrance of the Zhang clan, Duan Lingtian was stopped by the Zhang clan's disciples. He was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled faintly and explained his purpose. Zhang Yu was the second elder of the Zhang clan. Looking for our second elder? Who are you? Our second elder doesn't usually see guests. One of the Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily. You mean an outsider? I'm different. I'm a friend of your second elder. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since the beginning, grinned. Good friend? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a few of the Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom. How can a young man like you be a friend of the second elder? Get lost. How dare you trick our Zhang clan? You don't know what's good for you. If you don't leave, I'll make sure you don't leave. The Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily. What? You don't believe I'm a friend of your second elder? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and took out a dozen mid-grade primal stones and began to inscribe inscriptions on them. His movements were elegant. He's inscribing inscriptions? The Zhang clan's disciples were shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, they saw the young man in purple waving his sleeves. The mid-grade primal stones shot towards them. Oh no! Their expressions changed drastically. When they saw the primal stones land at their feet, they felt a flash in front of their eyes. It was as though they had been sent into another space where they could not see anything. After an unknown amount of time, when their eyes flashed again, they found themselves back at the entrance of the Zhang clan's residence. What's going on? The few of them looked at each other, unable to react to what had just happened. Oh no, the young man in purple is gone. He didn't break in, did he? No, we have to report this to the clan leader. 3 of the Zhang clan's disciples were on high alert. There's no need to go. The last Zhang clan's disciple shook his head and stopped the 3 of them. That person should really be a friend of the second elder. Huh? The 3 of them looked at him in confusion. How do you know? You should know that I've been studying the inscription technique. My attainment in the inscription technique is average, but I'm confident in my judgment. The latter's expression was solemn. Earlier, that young man inscribed inscriptions on the primal stones in a short period of time and set up an illusory formation under our feet. He broke into our Zhang clan while we were confused by the illusory formation. However, an illusory formation formed by a dozen primal stones would collapse on its own. That's why we were able to escape from the illusory formation. The latter's words made sense. What? He inscribed inscriptions on the primal stones in front of us and set up an illusory formation that can affect us? How long did he take? In an instant, the 3 of them were shocked. It was true that they were laymen in the inscription technique. However, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Even the second elder wouldn't be able to inscribe and set up an inscription formation that can affect us in such a short period of time. One of the Zhang clan's disciples gulped. That young man's attainment in the inscription technique seems to be higher than the second elder's. I presume such an inscription master should be a friend of the second elder. Soon, the Zhang clan's disciples no longer doubted the purple-clad young man's identity. However, they were still surprised. How could there be such a young inscription master? Maybe he's a demon. But after thinking about it, they felt relieved. Duan Lingtian used a dozen mid-grade primal stones to inscribe and set up an illusory formation. After confusing the Zhang clan's disciples at the entrance, he entered the Zhang clan's mansion. Along the way, Duan Lingtian managed to find out the whereabouts of the Zhang family's second elder from the servants and maids he met. Although the servants and maids thought Duan Lingtian was a stranger, they thought Duan Lingtian was the Zhang clan's guest when they saw Duan Lingtian walking freely in the Zhang clan's mansion. Duan Lingtian followed the path and arrived at the mansion where the second elder lived. It was a mansion within a mansion. The door was wide open, and a slovenly old man holding a wine gourd leaned against the door. When Duan Lingtian approached, the slovenly old man put down the wine gourd in his hand and locked his eyes on Duan Lingtian. 7th level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. His spiritual energy immediately detected the old man's cultivation base. Duan Lingtian did not dislike the slovenly old man holding the wine gourd. He still remembered when he first met Zhang Shouyong in the ancient city of Everlast. Zhang Shouyong was also slovenly and held a wine gourd in his hand. The slovenly old man gave Duan Lingtian a sense of familiarity. "Who are you? Why are you here?" the slovenly old man asked when he saw Duan Lingtian arriving at the mansion he was guarding. His voice was calm, but filled with killing intent. "I'm looking for Zhang Yu," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "Zhang Yu." Chapter 1055. You Don't Welcome Me? Duan Lingtian grinned and continued to walk toward the slovenly old man who was standing at the entrance of the mansion within the mansion. With every step he took, the purple robe on his body fluttered. It was like balls of purple flames that were constantly rising and emitting waves of terrifying aura. When the slovenly old man saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his words, his face turned grave. He picked up the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. He did not swallow it, but merely kept it in his mouth. All of a sudden, "Go back!" A voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to jolt. At the same time when Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, the slovenly old man made his move. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out the wine that he had swallowed earlier. The wine shot out from his mouth like a sharp arrow that was swift like the wind. The wine that seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow had raging and skyrocketing flames on its way, and it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, transforming into a flaming arrow that shot out menacingly. It was as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified. 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. 7th level void transformation stage. 7th level advanced fire concept. The former was equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The latter was equivalent to 800 ancient horned dragon strength. Of course, the slovenly old man still held back even after he had exerted the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. After all, it was impossible for a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist like him to have only comprehended one concept. However, in his opinion, the strength that he had exerted now was enough to easily deal with the arrogant kid. However, the slovenly old man soon realized he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. How's this possible? The slovenly old man who originally thought he would be able to see Duan Lingtian being pierced by the flaming arrow looked at the scene before him in a daze. He was dumbstruck. As he muttered to himself, his tone was filled with disbelief. In the distance, the attack he unleashed was instantly defeated. The 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons vanished along with it. A moment ago, Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not see the arrow of wine that was shot out of the scruffy old man's mouth. He continued to walk towards the scruffy old man. Just as the flaming arrow was about to pierce through his chest, he finally made a move. Whoosh! He raised his hand at lightning speed and pointed his finger at the sharp arrow that contained the strength of 1,800 ancient horned dragons. The condensed energy shot out from the tip of his finger and easily destroyed the sharp arrow that was condensed from wine. Boom! With a loud sound, Duan Lingtian used a finger to neutralize the sloppy old man's attack. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian attacked at lightning speed. Even the power of heaven and earth could not react in time, let alone condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian was so fast that even the slovenly old man could not see it clearly. Due to this reason, the slovenly old man found it unbelievable. Who exactly are you? The slovenly old man suddenly straightened his back and took a step forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. "Why are you looking for my master?" "I'm a nameless person. I want to borrow something from him to read," Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. As soon as his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stomped his foot and instantly transformed into a hurricane. He disappeared before the slovenly old man's eyes at lightning speed, causing the slovenly old man's expression to change drastically. At the same time, he hurriedly chased after Duan Lingtian into the mansion behind him. In the spacious mansion within a mansion, the front courtyard was lush with flowers and plants. There was a pavilion in the middle. A gray-clad old man stood there with a frown on his face, as though he was thinking about something. Suddenly, the gray-clad old man seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and looked out of the pavilion. A figure had appeared out of nowhere. It was a purple figure. The gray-clad old man was shocked when he saw the purple-clad young man before him. The purple-clad young man's speed was so fast that he only reacted when the purple-clad young man was in front of him. This undoubtedly showed that the purple-clad young man's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the purple-clad young man had undoubtedly passed the test of his old brother, who had followed him for many years to be able to barge into his mansion. His old brother's strength was not much weaker than his. "Are you a demon?" the gray-clad old man asked. "Do I look like a demon to you?" The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, who had barged in. After hearing the gray-clad old man's words, he asked with a strange look in his eyes. When the gray-clad old man heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Then he squinted his eyes and asked in surprise, "Could it be that you're not a demon?" The purple-clad young man before him looked to be about 25 years old. If he was not a demon, but a human martial artist, then his actual age would not be more than 30 years old. After living for so long, he still had a discerning eye. However, he could not help but feel that it was unbelievable for someone who was not more than 30 years old to have such strength. After all, even Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force in the northern district of the Northern District, North Nether Sect, did not have such strength when he was 37 years old. This was also the reason why he thought the other party was a demon. Based on the strength displayed by the other party and his young appearance, it was hard not to suspect that he was not a human, but a demon. "It doesn't matter if I'm a demon or not. The reason I'm here is to borrow something from you." Duan Lingtian did not answer the gray-clad old man's question. He was the second elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Yu. Instead, he went straight to the point and stated his intention. "Master." At this moment, the disheveled old man had also arrived. He stood in front of Zhang Yu as though he was willing to be his shield. "May I know what you want to borrow from me?" Zhang Yu asked with narrowed eyes. His expression was calm, and he did not panic at all. "I heard that you obtained a map that covers the Ruo Shui River not long ago. I came here precisely to borrow that map from you, to look through it, and I'll return it to you after looking through it for the time of 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and said bluntly. Both the disheveled old man and Zhang Yu were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian had only come to borrow a map. "So you're here for the map." After a while, Zhang Yu was the first to regain his senses. He shook his head and smiled. "This is just a small matter to me. It's not worth mentioning. However, since you want to borrow the map from me, regardless of whether it's a small matter or not, you owe me a favor. May I know, if I lend you the map, how will you repay the favor?" Zhang Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and asked teasingly. Naturally, although he said that, he did not think that way. He only wanted to see how this ridiculously young powerhouse in front of him would respond to him. To him, lending the map in his hand to the other party for 20 breaths of time was as easy as lifting a finger, and it wasn't a big deal. However, since the other party had barged into his residence, He had to make things difficult for the other party. Favor? Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard Zhang Yu's words. He seemed to be prepared as he said nonchalantly, I've heard that you're quite accomplished in the inscription Dao. How about this? Lend me the map for 20 breaths of time, and I'll solve a difficult problem in the inscription Dao for you. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in an extremely casual and carefree manner. However, when Zhang Yu heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Humph, you think you're worthy to talk about the inscription Dao in front of my master? In the entire northern desert, only the 2 inscription masters from North Nether Sect and Anika Sect are qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as my master in the inscription Dao. You're showing off your slight skill in front of an expert when you talk about the inscription Dao in front of my master. What a joke! The disheveled old man sneered before Zhang Yu could speak. In the entire northern desert, there are only 2 inscription masters who can be mentioned in the same breath as him. Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully when he heard the disheveled old man's words. You're just a frog in a well. A frog in a well. Duan Lingtian's words angered the disheveled old man so much that his face turned red. His origin energy that had merged with the fire concept was stirred, but he did not make a move. He did not dare to make a move. He had seen Duan Lingtian's strength before. He knew Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him. He reckoned only the Grand Elder who had entered the 9th level Void transformation stage and comprehended the 9th level Void transformation concept could deal with him in the Zhang clan. You seem to be very confident in your attainment in the inscription Dao. If that's the case, I'd like to ask for your guidance. Zhang Yu was completely convinced by the strength of the purple-clad young man before him. However, the purple-clad young man's words that questioned his attainment in the inscription Dao made him feel embarrassed. He had devoted his life to studying the inscription Dao, and he was confident that he had accomplished a lot. At the very least, he had never seen anyone who could subdue him in the Dao of inscriptions. Due to this reason, he was very confident in his attainment in the inscription Dao. Yet today, someone questioned his attainments in the Dao of inscriptions, and it caused him to be unable to sit still any longer. Ask for guidance? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Zhang Yu's words. What? You were so full of yourself earlier, and now you don't dare to ask my master for guidance? The disheveled old man seized the opportunity to mock Duan Lingtian. Even Zhang Yu had a hint of disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he had the same thought as the disheveled old man. When did I say I don't dare? Duan Lingtian glanced at the disheveled old man expressionlessly before he looked at Zhang Yu and said calmly, I'll borrow the map in your hand to read for 20 breaths. In return, I'll answer a difficult question you've encountered in the inscription Dao. As for giving you guidance, that's impossible. I'm a person who will never make a loss in a transaction. Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. Chapter 1056. Duan Lingtian's words were very clear. I can answer one of your questions on the Dao of inscription, but I can't give you any more pointers. I don't do business at a loss. At this moment, Zhang Yu finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he shook his head. It was not that he did not dare to, but he felt that he would be at a disadvantage if he gave him pointers. Everyone knows how to boast. The slovenly old man sneered. He thought Duan Lingtian was just boasting. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He looked at Zhang Yu and said calmly, All right, you can ask me a question that you've encountered on the Dao of inscription. I'll answer it for you. When Zhang Yu saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, he could not help but feel a little shaken. Could it be that this young man is really an unfathomable inscription master? Did he make a mistake? When he recalled that he had encountered a question on the Dao of inscription that had troubled him for many years, his eyes lit up. He asked bluntly, I wonder if you know anything about the round shield formation? The round shield formation. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "The round shield formation belongs to the defensive type of inscription formation. Those with spiritual energy above the void transformation stage can inscribe and set it up. This inscription formation is not difficult at all." The round shield formation was indeed not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Moreover, when he was setting up the defensive inscription formation for the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was in a deep slumber, he did not even bother to use the round shield formation. Instead, he used another defensive inscription formation that was even better. Not difficult at all. When Duan Lingtian explained the round shield formation in a methodical manner, Zheng Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Tao of Inscription was high. When he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. In fact, he was currently stumped by the round shield formation. To be more precise, he was stumped by one of the many inscription formations that formed the round shield formation. What? You're the best inscription master in the northern desert. Don't tell me that you can't even set up a round shield formation? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Zheng Yu and asked mockingly, I don't have a good grasp of one of the inscription formations." Zheng Yu smiled awkwardly. "Is it the array of the earth?" Duan Lingtian asked again. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the sloppy old man's expression did not change. However, Zheng Yu's expression changed, and he asked in shock, "How did you know?" At this moment, he faintly realized that the attainments of the purple-clad young man before him in the Tao of Inscriptions might really be extraordinary. "Humph!" Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. "I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to inscribe the earth formation. However, you'll have to pay attention to the technique to perfectly integrate it into the round shield formation. If you can't control it well, it'll be impossible for you to perfectly integrate the earth formation into the round shield formation. The earth formation is the core of the round shield formation. If you can't even solve this problem, it'll be impossible for you to set up the round shield formation." Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. "Please enlighten me, master." Zheng Yu's expression changed when Duan Lingtian was halfway through his sentence. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, waiting for Duan Lingtian to enlighten him. At this moment, he was completely convinced. He knew that this frighteningly young man in front of him was truly capable and was not deliberately mystifying. How's this possible? The sloppy old man standing at the side narrowed his eyes in shock. He looked at the purple-clad young man before him in disbelief. He did not expect this at all. This young man, who was far more powerful than him, would have such a high attainment in the Tao of Inscriptions as well. His master was already convinced. I'll only say this once. Remember it well. It was not difficult for the formation of Earth to perfectly merge with the formation of Round Shield, as long as you use your spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian told Zheng Yu the solution one by one. As for whether Zheng Yu could understand, it was not something he could control. Zheng Yu fell into deep thought after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. Map. Duan Lingtian did not plan to wait for him. He immediately spoke to wake him up. Zheng Yu's expression darkened when he was awakened. He hated it when people disturbed him when he was thinking. However, when he regained his senses and saw the person who had awakened him, the gloominess on his face disappeared and was replaced with respect. Master, this is the map. Then he hurriedly took out the map he had obtained some time ago and handed it to Duan Lingtian. After handing the map to Duan Lingtian, he frowned and fell into deep thought again. He kept thinking about what Duan Lingtian had said to him earlier. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened up the map, and his face that was originally filled with joy. After he carefully looked at the map, his face sank slightly and he frowned. Ruo Shui River, there's only a corner? How can I tell? Duan Lingtian realized that although the map could pinpoint his location and the location of the Ruo Shui River, there was only a small corner. It was difficult to see the entire Ruo Shui River. Because of this, he could not pinpoint the location of the great treasure hidden by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life. A moment later, 10 breaths passed. Help me return it to him. Duan Lingtian tossed the map to the slovenly old man as though he was throwing trash. He was very disappointed. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who tossed the map away like it was trash, when the slovenly old man received the map, it was as if he had obtained a precious treasure, and he was extremely careful. When he held the map firmly, he heard a short-lived whistling sound in his ears. Then he realized that the purple-clothed young man from before had completely disappeared. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. He should be a demon, right? The slovenly old man thought to himself. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man looked to be around 25 years old, but his strength had already surpassed him. That was not all. The purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Tao had actually surpassed his master. It shocked him from the bottom of his heart. As the saying went, there was a specialization in every field. On the Cloud Continent, there were 4 types of people because of the different areas they focused on. The first type of people were those who focused on the martial Tao. They focused on improving their cultivation base and comprehending concept and profundity. They would try their best to possess a powerful strength before they died. They were the most common type of people. The second type of people were those who focused on the weapon refinement Tao. They were called weapon craftsmen. They focused on weapon refinement and worked hard to refine a higher grade spirit weapon. The third type of people were those who focused on the medicine refinement Tao. They were called alchemists. They were similar to weapon craftsmen. The fourth type of people were called inscription masters. They focused on the inscription Tao. If the purple-clad young man was a human, his terrifying strength could already be considered heaven-defying. Not only that, but he also had such profound attainments in the Tao of inscriptions. In his opinion, it was impossible for a human martial artist to achieve such great achievements in 2 aspects at such a young age. Therefore, he could almost conclude that the purple-clad young man was a demon and not a human. After all, when a demon had just broken through to the void transformation stage and transformed into a demon, he could choose to transform into any appearance he wanted. Even a 100-year-old demon could transform into the appearance of an innocent child as long as it wanted to. Time passed by quietly. 2 hours later, Zhang Yu finally snapped out of his deep thoughts and muttered, I see. Thank you, big," just when Zhang Yu snapped back to his senses and was about to thank the purple-clad young man who had helped him solve his problem. He realized the purple-clad young man had already disappeared. Where's that master? Zhang Yu immediately looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously, Master, that big. Master left 2 hours ago. The unkempt old man said truthfully, Why didn't you ask him to stay? Zhang Yu said anxiously, That master's attainment in the inscription Tao is something I've never seen before. If I can ask him to stay in the Zhang family for a while, my attainment in the inscription Tao will definitely improve. Where did the master go? Zhang Yu looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously, I don't know. The unkempt old man did not expect his master to be so agitated. He was at a loss and could only reply with a wry smile on his face. Sigh. Zhang Yu stood on the spot. His face turned green and white. In the end, sighed. I'm the one who ruined my own opportunity. If I didn't ask the master to do me a favor, he wouldn't have been so calculative with me. I really shot myself in the foot. When Zhang Yu reached the end of his sentence, he had a helpless expression on his face. Master, that master's attainment in the inscription Tao is really that high. The unkempt old man could not help but ask. He was not an inscription master, so he was not familiar with the inscription Tao. Due to this reason, he could not determine how high the purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Tao was. I admit that I'm not as good as him. What do you think? Zhang Yu said as he looked at the unkempt old man. What? The unkempt old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Sun Yu's words. Although he knew his master had a high opinion of the purple-clad young man, he did not expect it to be so high. His master's attainment in the inscription, Tao, was not as good as the purple-clad young man's. Go and see if you can find the master. If you can find him, you must invite him back, respectfully. If you can't find him, it means I'm not fated with the master. Zhang Yu instructed the unkempt old man before he sighed. Yes. The unkempt old man did not dare to delay and left in a hurry. With the master's guidance, I'm confident I'll be able to inscribe and set up the round shield formation. Chapter 1057. After Duan Lingtian left the Zhang clan, he left the city and met up with Xiongquan. Xiongquan was placed in a secluded cave in the mountains outside the city. He even placed the ice coffin where Feng Tianwu was sleeping in there. For the sake of their safety, he had specially set up a killing formation outside the cave. Young master. Xiongquan's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded and lifted his hand. An invisible energy surged out and led Xiongquan and the ice coffin out of the cave. They left the mountain and continued to head north. According to the map, I'm heading in the right direction. The Ruo Shui River is over there. Duan Lingtian looked ahead and thought in his heart. Although the map he saw in the Zhang clan was not the map he wanted, it still marked the area from here to the Ruo Shui River. It gave him a certain understanding of the surrounding area. After exiting the northern desert and continuing north, they still had to pass through 5 vast regions similar to the northern desert before they could reach the Ruo Shui River. On the way, Duan Lingtian took out the strange stone platform he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He obtained the strange stone platform from the 2nd level of Qingfeng Palace. The reason he put it away was because there was a miraculous inscription formation inside, and it was able to combine the energy within the numerous origin stones before unleashing it. Its power would be raised to a terrifying level. If the origin energy within the bodies of a group of people is able to converge onto a single person through this inscription formation, then to what terrifying extent would that person's strength rise to? This was the reason why Duan Lingtian kept the stone platform. He wanted to study the inscription formation in it and see if it could fulfill his wish of joining forces with a group of 9th-level void transformation martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. As someone who had fused with the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu from 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was equivalent to reincarnation Emperor Wu in certain aspects. Therefore, his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions were extremely profound. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to study the inscription formation on the stone platform. This inscription formation can easily gather the energy contained in the origin stones, but it can't do the same for the origin chi of humans or demonic beasts. After a few days of research, Duan Lingtian confirmed this and was immediately disappointed. Moreover, even primordial stones need to be completely gathered together in order to combine the power contained within them and display a powerful attack. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also noticed this. At this time he also realized his idea of gathering multiple martial artists and combining their strengths through this inscription formation was very immature. As for the primordial stones, there is no way to gather their power on a human warrior. After all, human warriors are made of flesh and blood. It's impossible for them to withstand the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. If they're not careful, they'll be killed in the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Therefore, unless I can create my own puppet and let the puppet combine the power contained in the origin stones through the inscription formation to display the strongest power, otherwise it's almost impossible for me to use this inscription formation. The moment this thought appeared in Duan, Lingtian's mind, it was difficult for it to go away. Create a puppet. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. I have a rough understanding of the inscription formation in the stone platform now. As long as I have enough materials, I can inscribe and set it up on my own. Besides that, I'm entirely capable of using other inscription formations to create puppets, and then using this inscription formation to allow the puppets to possess extraordinary strength. However, the power contained in the mid-grade origin stones is limited. No matter how many there are, the increase in the puppet's strength will be extremely slow and limited. What I need to do now is to obtain a large amount of high-grade origin stones so that I can increase the puppet's strength by a large margin. Duan Lingtian's heart was suddenly enlightened. He had a new goal. The most important thing for this goal was to obtain a large amount of high-grade origin stones. This was the prerequisite, with the energy contained in the high-grade origin stones as the foundation. He would combine the energy of the high-grade origin stones through the inscription formation in the strange stone platform and display it through the puppet. At that time, as long as I have enough high-grade origin stones, the puppet will be able to display even more powerful strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. To him, creating a puppet was not difficult at all. He only needed to prepare some materials and inscribe and set up the inscription formation. All of these were recorded in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. However, high-grade origin stones are too rare. Even the 3 old men's spatial rings did not have many high-grade origin stones. There were only slightly over 300 high-grade origin stones in total. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. The 3 old men he mentioned were naturally the 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert. The 3 martial monarch powerhouses who died in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Apart from Tong Shan's spatial ring, which he had kept earlier, Baiyu Hai and Feng Tong's spatial rings were also in his possession through Li Xian. However, the total amount of origin stones in the hands of these 3 martial monarchs was only slightly more than 300 pieces. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Back then, when he was still in the Dark Han dynasty's Crimson Sky Kingdom, he worked hard for gold and silver. Later on, when he stood on the stage of the Dark Han dynasty, gold and silver were no longer of any use to him. Currently, his desire for high-grade origin stones was similar to his desire for gold and silver when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Right now, I need a large amount of high-grade origin stones and some materials. It's time for me to find a place to settle down. With my current strength, it's quite risky to cross the Ruo Shui River and enter the central area of the Cloud Continent. Moreover, Xiongquan and I also need to improve our strength. Now, it's time for my Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist identities to be put to good use. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he made up his mind. However, even if I'm looking for a place to settle down, I should look for the most powerful force near the Ruo Shui River. Only a powerful force can satisfy my needs. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer hesitated and brought Xiongquan and the ice coffin along as he sped up and headed north. The speed he was displaying now was much faster than before. Soon after, Duan Lingtian left the northern desert. When he left the northern desert, a figure flew out of the ancient desert city in the southern area of the northern desert. His speed was even faster than Duan Lingtian's. When the figure flew, he was dragging another person along with him. Jean, are you sure you want to go back? The old man looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked solemnly, Uncle, my Dantian has been destroyed and my cultivation base is gone. It's meaningless for me to stay in Skywolf Fort. I want to go back to my mother's side. The middle-aged man said solemnly, Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. The old man was the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. As for the middle-aged man he was dragging along, he was his nephew, Luo Jin. Luo Jin had the same surname as Luo Fu because he took his mother's surname. Duan Lingtian, it's all because of you. You destroyed my cultivation base. Now, It doesn't matter if I go back or not. When I go back, I'll tear you into a million pieces and burn your bones to ashes at all costs." Luo Jin roared in his heart. At the same time, a purple figure that he loathed appeared in his mind, causing his expression to turn ugly and causing him to grit his teeth even more. Not long after Luo Fu and Luo Jin left Skywolf Fort and the ancient desert city, whoosh! A gust of wind whistled in the air, and a figure shot into the ancient desert city like a bolt of green lightning and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort. Since it was high up in the sky, it did not attract the attention of the people in Skywolf Fort. Only 4 figures shot up into the sky and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort in just a blink of an eye. Presently, there was a demon wolf that was completely covered in azure for standing in the sky above Skywolf Fort, and there was a crescent-shaped mark between the brows of this demon wolf. The crescent-shaped mark was green in color. Fort Master. The 4 people who appeared in the sky above Skywolf Fort were the other 4 vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort other than Luo Fu. They bowed respectfully to the demon wolf that was covered in azure fur. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely turn pale with fright. The Fort Master of Skywolf Fort was not a human, but a demon wolf? Yes. The demon wolf nodded. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed into an old man dressed in green. The Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf. At this moment, there was still a trace of lingering fear on Green Wolf's face. It's a good thing the old ancestor came in time. Otherwise, I would have been ruined by those 2 young ladies. Thinking of the 2 young ladies he had served during this period of time, Green Wolf couldn't help but shudder. He didn't dare to recall the painful experience during this period of time. If it was possible, he hoped that this experience would disappear from his mind forever. "Where's Luo Fu?" Green Wolf frowned and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. "Fort Master, my master has sent his nephew home." Feng Wei, the last of the 5 vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, hurriedly said when he saw Green Wolf's unstable emotions. Green Wolf nodded nonchalantly and asked, "How's your harvest from Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Did you obtain any profundity fragments that I can use?" You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.